I did, while we were doing that, I was going to actually do some morning portrait reviews. And then when we went to bed, I did some painting for a couple hours. And then once some friends and stuff like that came online, they were like, hey, let's play a couple
Okay,
games. So
så det er blevet søndag, og jeg er meget tæt på at være klar til at putte et andet billede på. Hvis du lige har klikket ind på mig, så har du klikket ind på Pias Creative Corner, og jeg hedder Pia. I dag skal vi snakke om diamond painting og lave diamond painting. Jeg håber, at der kommer flere og flere på, som også herfra på den danske side. Så det her vil jeg faktisk begynde at lave som sådan en slags ribbon chat, fordi jeg laver det her jo hver uge, og jeg tænker faktisk, det kan være en udmærket anledning til bare at sidde og lave noget diamond painting, cross stitch, hvad det nu måtte være, jeg finder på. Men i hvert fald i år, i 2024, at det bliver diamond painting, der vil være fokus på. Det er det lager, jeg gerne vil have ryddet op i, men jeg også gerne vil gøre mere ud af i forhold til YouTube og video og sådan noget. Og så tænker jeg bare sådan, at med alt det, jeg gerne vil, så kunne det være, at jeg skulle slå nogle af tingene sammen. Så lad os lige se, om vi kan finde et andet billede der. Se, det er det her billede, vi skal arbejde på i dag, og jeg er faktisk meget, meget tæt på at være færdig. Og det er en af grundene til, at jeg egentlig har valgt, at det skal være det her billede, og at jeg overhovedet skal lave diamond painting i dag. Det er fordi, at det lå egentlig super godt inde på mit bord derinde, og jeg har faktisk nået rigtig meget, meget mere end jeg havde regnet med, har jeg nået på det. Og det er der både en god grund til, og ja, både, men der er en god grund til det, som også er en lille smule men sådan det, man kan ikke få det hele åbenbart. Jeg skal lige have lukket min dør, sådan altså jeg ikke forstyrrer resten af hjemmet med min skvadron. Hvis der er en lille smule ekstra snak i baggrunden, så kan det være, fordi jeg har en Twitch-chat kørende. Skal vi se. Så er jeg lige at skifte ud her. Jeg har taget noget kaffe med. Det trængte vi til, mig og min krop. Jeg har haft nogle ret hårde dage. Mere om det lige om lidt. Jeg vil egentlig bare lave det her billede, så man kunne se til at starte med, hvad jeg arbejder på. Jeg kan ikke få det hele med, fordi det hænger ud over her i toppen. Og bunden er måske også lidt svær. Hej Hanne, velkommen til. Dejligt at se dig. Velkommen til min søndags Twitch. Jeg håber, at du har det godt, og at du har gang i noget spændende. Jeg er ved at forhåbentlig snart at gøre det her færdigt. Det er et super, super sødt billede, og det er super lækkert at arbejde med. Men når jeg når herned til det her, det er sådan det jeg håber på at blive færdig med i dag. Både her under den danske del og den internationale del. Sådan helt generelt bare færdig med det her og starte på det næste. For den næste række hernede, det er den sidste. Og så måske gøre det færdigt i morgen. Det er sådan mit ønskescenarie lige nu. Men der havde jeg egentlig tænkt, da jeg sad og planlagde vinterferie og sådan noget, at det skulle være den dag, jeg sådan startede med min video, og jeg vil lave nogle af de der how-to-videoer. Jeg har blandt andet en mulighed for at kan lave med limlakken, hvordan jeg gør det og sådan noget, og kan lave det som en lille video, lægge det op på min YouTube-kanal og lave det som en overskrift. Så man kan finde, det er sådan en af de ting, jeg synes selv, der er irriterende, når jeg gerne vil henvise til min egen kanal. Jeg rent faktisk ikke rigtig kan finde de her videoer, som jeg ved, jeg har lavet på et eller andet tidspunkt, men de er nok druknet lidt i de der mange ting, jeg har liggende derinde. Så det er en af de der opgaver, jeg egentlig gerne vil have styr på her i vinterferien. Det er rent faktisk at få ryddet op i min YouTube-kanal og mine videoer derinde. Og sådan så at få optaget nogle videoer, så at det er de sidste nye, jeg har liggende derinde af de her forskellige. Og har jeg lige nu både her en mulighed for, at jeg kan vise, hvad er det, jeg gør med, når jeg kitter ned, laver med reststen og alt det her. Hvad er det lige at gøre med de sidste bevægelser henover med rensning af af billedet og sådan noget. Og hej Ulla, velkommen til. Dejligt at se dig herinde i dag. Håber du har det godt. Og hvis man er ny på min kanal, og måske ny i Twitch-verdenen overhovedet, så kan det godt være, at man har bemærket, at Ulla hun har sådan en lille grønt sværd ude ved siden af sit navn. Og det betyder, at hun er moderator på min kanal. Og i meget grov tak kan man sige, at Ulla, hun har faktisk fået bemyndigelsen til, magten til, at hun kan smide folk af. Og det er egentlig ikke fordi, det er ikke fordi at Ulla hun sådan skal svinge sig til højre og venstre, men det er fordi, der en gang imellem, så kommer der sådan nogle bots ind. Og det er ikke altid, jeg lige ser dem, eller har tid til, fordi jeg måske sidder fuldt optaget med andre ting. Og så er det rigtig godt at have nogle moderatorer. Jeg har Ulla, og så har jeg en, der hedder Stille Chikke, som også har fulgt mig helt fra starten herinde på Twitch nærmest. Og de to går hånd i hånd med hinanden og hjælper hinanden med at holde lidt styr på min kanal. Nu er det ikke fordi, jeg har 100 chatter eller 1000 chatter, men nogle gange, så kan det jo, så kommer der måske en gruppe mennesker ind på 50. Og der kan det altså være meget rart, at man har nogen til at hjælpe sig også til at holde styr på chatten og sådan noget. Alt det altid synes jeg normalt, der er meget, meget stille og roligt og fredeligt herinde. Så det er ikke, det er, for i øjeblikket er det mest bare for den, hvis når den tid kommer, så kan jeg godt lide at være forberedt, og ikke sådan lidt betaget med bukserne nede. Jeg har lige fået gipsen af højre arm. Jeg skal lige til at vende mig til at bruge den igen, men har præsteret at lave diamond painting med venstre. Ellers tror jeg, at de sidste mange uger har været lange. Stakkels Hanne. It's quite okay, Binge. Thanks for the lurk. Binge er en af mine første chatter herinde og følger, og han har sin egen kanal. Så ham er man også meget velkommen til at give et follow, og det kan man gøre blandt andet ved at man lige lader sin mus køre over og klikke på hans navn. Så skulle der meget gerne komme sådan en drop-menu, hvor at man kan se, at man kan follow eller unfollow ham. Ja. Så det skulle gerne være, der står også lidt om hans konto og sådan noget. Så. Men han er en rigtig, rigtig sød gut. Han er fra Skotland, og han lever sammen med sin partner, og laver en masse spændende hobby. Han laver også diamond painting, som vi gør, som jeg gør. Han strikker, og han hækler, og han har lige investeret i en loom, som han håber har det godt efter det skete forleden. Tak, Ulla. Det skal nok, tak. Det skal nok komme lidt mere ind på, fordi det har været sådan en både og ting. Men ja, det kommer lige om lidt. Jeg skal lige have gjort færdigt her, så sætter jeg mig ned, og så skal jeg fortælle meget mere om de sidste par dage her, for de har været både og spændende, kan man sige. Så, tilbage til her. Jeg tænker, jeg vil lave det. Altså, jeg kunne godt, det der ville være helt fantastisk for mig, det ville jo være, hvis jeg blev færdig med det her billede, mens jeg var på stream i dag. Det tror jeg ikke, jeg gør. Det er måske nok lige at sætte mållinjen for højt, men jeg tænker, jeg kan komme rigtig langt. For jeg er rigtig langt i forløbet. Og nu skal I bare se. Så skal jeg lige denne her. Vent, sådan der. Og så skal jeg have mine briller. Og jeg har her. Ups. Det er dødt. Så. Sådan der. Og så skal jeg bare lige have indstillet kameraet. Og der kan det godt være, at man måske skal sidde og se på det, for det kan godt være sådan en lille smule provokerende for, hvis der man har sådan lidt til at blive søsyg. Fordi man sådan lidt får, sådan kører rundt med billedet, så er der nogen, der godt kan være sådan, så kan de godt reagere lidt på det faktisk. Så. Og så skal jeg lige have givet det en zoom. Skal vi se, hvordan er henne. Den var der. Skal vi se, hvis vi så siger zoom in closer. Nej, det skal jeg lige have stillet der. Zoom in closer. Det vil den ikke. Godt, så gør vi bare sådan her. Det er fordi, når jeg rykker rundt på mit kamera, og hvis jeg så får gjort den forkerte rækkefølge, så vil den ikke. Og så kan det også bare være lige meget. Sådan er. Så tror jeg, det passer med, at jeg er tæt nok på, men uden at I føler, I får pinden i øjet. Sådan der. hvis det er, at, at der sidder en og lurker og tænker, hvad er det dog, hun sidder og laver? Det ser spændende ud, det ser smukt ud, men hvad er det, hun laver? Det her hedder diamond painting, og det går i sin korte træk ud på, at jeg sidder med, skal vi se her, så nogle bitte små sten her. De kan være lavet lidt i forskelligt i akrylik eller i resin. De her er lavet i resin. Og det er nogen, der, nu kan se, nu gør jeg sådan her, for så kan man nemlig godt få mærke, sådan lidt fornemme, at de glimter. Og det er simpelthen fordi, de er facetslibet, eller støbt, det må man selv om. Dem her, tror jeg, der er 21 slibninger i, mellem 13 og 21, tror jeg. De her runde. Man kan også lave billeder med firkantet. Billederne kan være alt fra 15 x 15 cm op i, ja, der er det næsten kun fantasien, der sætter grænsen. Det jeg bedst kan sammenligne det med i forhold til, hvis man skal sige med størrelse og detaljeform og detaljering og sådan noget, jo større billedet er, jo flere detaljer får man med. Og det betyder også nogle gange, når jeg snakker med nogen og siger, jamen altså, jeg siger, ej hvor er det stort, men jeg kan jeg vil gerne have så mange detaljer med som muligt. Og når jeg sidder med et originalbillede, når jeg sidder og kigger på sådan et, det kunne godt være et billede, eller være det samme som det, jeg køber det efter inde på nettet, så vil jeg gerne have det ud af det, som jeg får. Altså det, jeg ser her, vil jeg gerne have, når jeg er færdig med mit billede. Og det kan man sige, det er en af de største fælder, der er ved det her med diamond painting, det er, at nogle af de billige virksomheder eller butikker, som sælger det her, der sælger de selvfølgelig med det her billede, men det du får ud af det, opfylder ikke altid det. Og det er det der med, der føler jeg lidt faktisk med nogle gange, forbrugeren kan man sige, fordi det er jo selvfølgelig det her billede, de skriver jo ikke inden i, du skal være opmærksom på, at det du ser udenpå, det er ikke svarer til det du får ud af det. Altså, så det er bare heads up. Hvis du synes det her er spændende og sådan noget, så er jeg åben for alle spørgsmål i den forbindelse. Jeg har en YouTube-kanal, der handler om det, og jeg har også en Instagram-account, profil, hvor du kan skrive til mig direkte, hvis du har nogle spørgsmål omkring det her med diamond painting, omkring korsstingsbroderi, ikke så meget omkring, men ikke som alt om korsting, men noget om korsting. Det jeg laver på min kanal, det her gang i lige nu, det er det der hedder stamp cross stitch, hvor der ligesom er printet eller trykt selve mønstret på det her stykke stof, og så har man ellers, og det er lidt samme princip som det her. Og så laver jeg nogle forskellige andre ting. Så jeg laver lidt af det hele, men jeg vil sige, at jeg har fokus på min diamond painting. Jeg har... Hej, Heroes and Diamond. Velkommen. Dejligt at se dig. Tak fordi du kigger forbi. Og så har jeg jo... Altså så har jeg korsstingen, som ligesom er blevet min nummer 2. Fordi det er forholdsvis stort, det projekt, jeg har gang i der. Så jeg vil gerne hele tiden holde det i bevægelse. Og så har jeg nogle andre ting, jeg laver, fordi nogle gange, så kan mine øjne godt blive for trætte, eller mine hænder for trætte, eller bare mit hoved for træt til at lave det, jeg laver lige nu. Plus, at jeg også har sådan lidt, jeg kan godt være sådan lidt bekymret for en gang imellem, om folk nu begynder at kede sig med, at jeg så præsenterer dem for det samme igen og igen, når jeg går på. Så en gang imellem, så kan jeg godt lige bare sætte mig ned enten og lave korsting, eller lave noget helt andet. Så, nu skal I bare høre, venner. Ulla, hun spurgte lige til, om jeg var okay med alt det, der skete. Og det er jeg egentlig. Der skete det i fredags, at vi var blevet varslet en lille smule om det, men vi kendte ikke graden af det, vil jeg sige. Men der skete det i fredags, at min mand blev fyret. Og det er jo af mange år, så er det aldrig sjovt, når man bliver fyret. Men ikke nok med, at han blev fyret, han blev faktisk bortvist. Og det kan man sige, det kan der jo ikke være mange grunde til, men der kan godt være nogle gode grunde til det. Der var ikke nogen af de gode grunde, der var begrundelse for det, at han fik den bortvisning, han fik. Og det er jo rigtig, rigtig surt, det er rigtig, rigtig ærgerligt. Men så er det jo godt, man har sådan noget, der hedder en fagforening, der kan hjælpe en i sådan. Og det er netop de her situationer, at fagforeningen kommer til sin ret. Fordi de her jurister, og vi har også en arbejdsret, der tager sig af sådan nogle sager, hvor der sker uberettigede afskedigelser eller bortvisninger eller sådan nogle ting. Men derfor så bliver ens liv, hverdag jo stadigvæk lige rystet op i rodet, og altså jeg vil sige, jeg har vinterferie nu, og nu har jeg så vinterferie sammen med mand. Det havde jeg ikke lige, det var ikke lige det vi havde planlagt. Men det går nok. Der kan være nogle gode ting ved, at jeg måske så får mere ro til i løbet af dagen og lave de ting, jeg gerne vil, fordi han så ligesom tager sig resten af huset og sådan noget. Den anden ting, der så skete i... Hey Gina, welcome, thanks for stopping by. I will be seeing you in an hour or so, and I will be full on English speaking. Morning. Hvad var det, jeg tænkte på? Nå jo, og så der og fredag eftermiddag, så skulle jeg får gerne lige sådan en lille middagssmør, og da jeg så vågner, så siger min mand, han lavede et eller andet, da vi var ude at gå hunden. Jeg ved ikke, han virker som om han halter lidt, eller sådan noget. Det har han gjort så mange gange før, så det er ikke sådan, det er egentlig ikke noget. Problemet er lidt den her gang, det virker som om, at han har lavet noget andet. Jeg ved ikke, om han enten har forstrakt en muskel, om han har fået en nerve i klemme, om der er et eller andet, der har været, hoppet ind og ud af et led, eller et eller andet. I hvert fald, så havde vi en meget, meget lang nat, mig og ham, fordi at jeg tror, vores dobbeltseng er simpelthen for høj til, at jeg kan komme op i den, uden at det ligesom bliver, og det er ligesom det virker, det ligger på forpartiet af ham. Så vi skulle lige finde ud af, men så han gik selv op, inden han har han ligger inde i sofaen. Så han gik selv op ind i sofaen og lagde sig, og det var sådan lidt, okay, så gik jeg, først så satte jeg mig faktisk bare med min dyne og lavede dammepainting klokken lort om natten der fredag. Og så besluttede jeg for, nu skulle jeg altså i seng, fordi jeg skulle op og ride næste dag og sådan noget, så jeg blev nødt til at få noget søvn. Så jeg gik over, så lagde jeg mig der hvor jeg plejer at slappe af og sådan noget. Og det gjorde han jo også, og så kom han op til mig og lidt, og han er, jeg vil sige, i 80% af tiden er han okay. Man kan godt mærke på ham, vi kan godt mærke på ham, at han er lidt ved siden af sig selv. Han har ondt, altså, han er sådan lidt, jeg tror lidt, det er ligesom det mudder, det generer ham, men det er ikke sådan, at han hyler hele tiden, som jeg siger det. Han er ikke græder hele tiden. Han sover rigtig meget, det er rigtigt. Man kan mærke på, at han er rigtig, rigtig træt af det her med, at han har ondt. Det gør man jo. Smerter udtrætter. Så, og jeg har sådan hele tiden sagt, at hvis ikke det bliver markant bedre, søndag, så tager vi til dyrlæge mandag, og vi skal til dyrlæge mandag. Fordi han er bedre, end han var fredag, men han er ikke godt, det er ikke godt nok, fordi det kan stadig provokere, så han skriger, ved at han får lavet et eller andet. Og det skal han simpelthen ikke. Så må vi give ham noget smertestillende i en uges tid, så han kan få slappet nok af og sove nok, så at det kan hele, hvad end det måtte være. Og det tænker jeg egentlig også, det er en meget fornuftig dyrlæge, vi har, så det tænker jeg også bliver det, som der kommer frem. Men selvfølgelig kan det, og det kan også godt være, at de siger, jeg har det sådan, at jeg skal ikke være der i undersøgelsesrummet, for hvis de får fremprovokeret, så han skriger, så begynder jeg bare at tude. Altså, jeg kan slet ikke have det. Den eneste grund til, at jeg holder hovedet oven vandet, når jeg står med hunden, når jeg gør det, er fordi jeg ved, det vil påvirke hunden, hvis det er, at jeg begynder at reagere på det, ikke? Så jeg skal ikke være derinde, når dyrlægen begynder at undersøge, fordi det er min mand meget bedre til at håndtere det, der end jeg er. Så jeg skal bare være udenfor, og så kan jeg betale regningen og tage imod nyhederne, hvad det end som måtte være, og så kan han komme ud til mig og blive trøstet bagefter. Jeg kan ikke være derinde. Altså, det er puha. Så. Men det tænker jeg, fordi der ikke, man kan sige, det er ikke hele tiden, og nu har vi haft, altså jeg ved, jeg er en lille smule traumatiseret med det, fordi ham vi havde før, og min chefer, de begge to fik en ledbådsskade, der var uoprettelig. Og det vil sige, at jeg aflider dem bagefter. Ikke? Så jeg er sådan helt, nej, det kan jeg næsten ikke overskue. Altså. Men jeg håber bare på, at det er, at han, du ved, der er et eller andet, som bare skal have noget ro, og det skal, hvis han får noget smertestillende, så får han ro nok på. Fordi jeg kan jo ikke forklare ham, du skal lade være med at gøre den der bevægelse så. Du skal bevæge dig inden for smertegrænsen, men ikke sådan, så du begynder at lægge og skrige af det, vel? Altså det kan jeg også ikke sige til hunden. Så jeg håber lidt på, at han kan få lidt smertestillende, og vi kan give ham sådan en 10-dages kur eller sådan et eller andet, hvor han så får lov til at få slappet af, og så, altså her i forvejen er hunden jo dybt frustreret over, at vi ikke kan lege, som vi plejer, altså. Det kan han jo slet ikke forstå. Han bare sådan, du kan ikke både lege og så skrige, når det går. Nu må du lige styre dig, ikke? Så han skal, vi skal prøve på bedste mulige måde at holde ham i ro, og det bliver rigtig svært, hvis vi får den smertestillende, hvilket jeg håber, vi gør, fordi så vil han jo ikke kunne mærke det, men omvendt, så vil han også være sådan lidt. Det ved man også for sig selv, hvis ikke man har ondt, jamen så tuller man jo bare derudad. Altså sådan er det jo. Så det er sådan lidt, så jeg er lidt ved siden af mig selv, og jeg var sådan lidt, lige pludselig kiggede jeg på uret og sagde, gud nej, jeg skal sgu da streame i dag, og jeg havde hverken sat det ene eller op, og hvad fanden skal jeg lave, og min hund havde lå bare og kigge på mig, og jeg var sådan, du bliver bare liggende der, ikke? Og prøv at holde hunden, nu havde han fundet ro, og nu skal han bare ligge og sove, og jeg var sådan lidt, så lige snart jeg rører mig, så rører hunden så også, ikke? Han har ligget og sovet op af mig, så var jeg sådan, nej, altså. Men omvendt, når så kommer herind, så kan jeg godt lukke af for det, så er det som om, så er det noget, det skal min mand nok tage sig af. Det samme, jeg var ude at ride i går, og havde en fantastisk tur på min hest, det er det ikke, men ude på den hest, jeg plejer at ride på, Albert, og det giver en masse god energi at komme derud, og jeg fik også set lidt til den nyeste hest, hun har fået derude, som hedder Picasso, som bare er enormt sød. Altså, han er jo 2 år, og åbenbart også ret fræk, siger Pernille. Han er så ny, så der er ikke nogen af os andre, der har fået lov til at håndtere ham. Men altså, en sød hest. Så, ja, så det var min weekend. Hvordan har jeres weekend været? Ja. Men jeg er glad for, Hanne, at du har fået gipsen af din højre arm. Tør jeg spørge, hvorfor du har haft gips på din højre arm, eller skal vi bare lade som om, at det ved vi godt, og så bare sige, at det er rigtig godt, du har fået den af, og så har du... Altså jeg vil sige, jeg kan også godt lave dammepen med nu bruger jeg jo venstre til daglig, men jeg kan også godt lave det med den højre, fordi jeg synes, altså motorikken i det skal nok gå. Faktisk så er det sådan, så jeg faktisk begynder at hækle, sådan seriøst hækle. Hey Palman, har du sendt mig en på Facebook? Den har jeg ikke set. Jeg er stort set aldrig på min Facebook-bog. Ja. Du mener på Messenger, ikke også? Okay, super. Tjek, så har jeg fået den. jeg ser på den til, jeg har lige sådan skimmen igennem, og det er bare helt fint. Så det skal du slet ikke tænke på. Det er... Du er altid mere end velkommen til bare at lykke på min... og bare sidde og lytte på mig, sidde og skvadre og brokke mig over det ene eller andet, eller have en eller anden lang enetale om noget, jeg synes, der er for dårligt. Det er du mere end velkommen til hver tid. Altid. Så det er helt fint. Og du må også altid skrive der, hvor du har skrevet. Selvfølgelig må du det. Det er bare hvis man sender mig en besked på Facebook, så er der en stor chance for, at jeg ikke læser den. Fordi jeg er stort set aldrig på Facebook mere. Jeg bruger faktisk kun Instagram, og så det her. Facebook, det kan jeg ikke rigtig forholde mig til, må jeg indrømme. Og så bruger jeg jo også mest Facebook i privat regi, og der er ikke, altså, ja. Jeg tror lige pt. Er jeg der, hvor jeg har rimelig meget drama, men hvor jeg bare synes, jeg har nok sådan i de meter, jeg er gang i. Så der, hvor du har skrevet nu, det er helt fint, det gør du bare igen. Hvis du har brug for det, altid. Og ellers er Instagram simpelthen den hurtigste vej til at få kontakt til mig. Det vil det næsten altid være. I forhold til det her, men så længe jeg har de her streams kørende og YouTube-videoer og sådan noget, så er, og det lader man gerne vil snakke med mig, så måske ikke er noget, man tænker, der rager nogle andre mennesker, så er Instagram næsten den mest sikre vej, eller hvis man har mig på Messenger, så kan det, og man allerede har en samtale i gang, så kan det også være der. Stå på langrendski i den danske vinter efter snestormen og brække en knogle i hånden i forbindelse med et fald. Ej, gik lige en lille uge, inden jeg tog til lægen, fordi det blev med at gøre ondt. Hanne for helvede. Nu siger du det der med langrendski. Jeg stod ikke på langrendski, men jeg stod faktisk på røv og albuer, for at nu sige det på godt dansk. Og det gjorde jeg, fordi at der var jo lige sådan hvad var der, 48 timer, hvor det frøs et eller andet, ikke? Og det betød bare, at folk jo ikke, simpelthen kunne ikke nå at gøre deres fortov i gang i stand og sådan noget. Plus at kommunerne jo nogle gange har sådan en lille disput med grundejerforeninger, hvem der skal holde de forskellige områder. Hvilket så resulterede i, at da jeg var ude at gå med hunden, og jeg kunne godt mærke, da jeg havde gået i vores egen indkørsel, at det her, det er lidt glat. Så jeg gik lidt forsigtigt, og det tror jeg godt. Jeg havde min store termokædedragt på, så det var også godt, fordi da jeg nåede igen lige over vejen, så stod jeg simpelthen, og jeg kunne bare, kende det, man tager et skridt, og så tænker man, det her, det går galt, det går simpelthen galt. Bare mærke, at jeg sådan skred i det, og det hele mit underlag, det skiftede, og så lå jeg der bare lige så langt jeg var, men fik vendt mig på siden, og ligesom at det blev min skulder og min side, der tog af, og ikke at jeg tog frem med armen eller noget. Og så kom min hund ind til mig, stod bare lovet med halen og kiggede på mig. Hvad laver du dernede? Og jeg var bare sådan lidt, skrid hund altså. Og så havde jeg tabt min vante i det der, så kunne jeg sige til ham, samle den der op til mig. Så kom han glad hen. Ja, jeg er nu dygtig. God hund, kom, lad os komme videre. Og så var jeg sådan bare sådan, at var der nogen, der så det. Det håber jeg ikke, fordi så havde jeg håbet på, at der var nogen, der ville komme og hjælpe mig op og stå igen. Det var faktisk det værste. Hey, Piers and folks, did I get that right? Hi, Piers and folks. Ja, jeg tror godt, de forstår det. Been seeing how this... Oh, yeah, you did get that right, Stella. Actually, when you're writing folks, Folks, it is very close to people in Danish. So you can actually, here's what you can write for next time, Stella. You can learn, copy paste and save. Let's see. What you can write is, like she's writing, hi, Pia, oh. And then I would write chat like that. I would write like this. Because when you write like this, folks, that is close to fuck. We, that means people in Danish. So, and I'm just gonna take this because it is kind of funny, this one, Stila, because the Vikings has been so much around in UK and in a lot of the European, like Germany and all that, but also, but they have been around. The English language, the German language, the Danish language, the Scandinavian language. In some of the ways, they have similar words. It's not like they are the same, but they sound the same or look similar to each other. And here is one of them, like folks. So, well, I can tell you more about that later, for sure. I know you're a really curious person because you and I still are very much alike. So, okay. Ja, skulle lige forklare hende. Stille er jo som en anden moderator, så hun får lidt særbehandling. Nå, men jeg er glad for, at det går den rigtige vej med dig, Hanne, og at du har fået gipsen af. Det er jo et super godt tegn, og det er rigtigt, så skal man lige lære at bruge den, fordi den er jo... Man taber utrolig meget muskulært, når man får fikseret arme og ben og sådan noget, og kroppen bliver fikseret. Jeg kan huske dengang, da jeg lå med smerter, og stort set ikke bevægede mig i en måned, knap 2 måneder. Jeg har mistet næsten alt, hvad der hed hofte, altså muskler omkring hoftepartiet. Fordi at jeg bare lå stille, jeg fik jo ikke bevæget den, jeg fik ikke rørt mig på nogen måde, sådan er synderligt. Så det var godt nok, og det går bare stærkt, det går super stærkt, altså. Så. Nå, men ja, så jeg skal have fat i dyrlægen i morgen tidligt. Lige så snart de kommer på arbejde, så må jeg se, om jeg kan få en akut tid, og vi kan få ham bakset ind i bilen. Det er jo sådan det næste, fordi han er ikke særlig meget for at køre bil. Men i morgen, der bliver han altså løftet ind, fordi jeg måske heller ikke synes, at han sådan på den måde skal hoppe ind. Det kan også godt være, at vi har faktisk en rampe, han kan komme op på, så han måske vil gå på den. Og så skal vi selvfølgelig have ham hjem og slappe af, og jeg skal kunne slappe af, og så kan det godt være, at jeg ikke får lavet det i morgen, som jeg havde regnet med, fordi i morgen forhåbentlig, så når vi alle lander hjem igen, og hun er på smertestillende og kan slappe af, så kollapser hans morfamilie også. Og så, så der kan det godt være, at jeg lige skal bruge et døgns tid til lige at komme ovenpå, fordi jeg også har brugt nogle dage her, hvor jeg stort set ikke har sovet, eller ikke har sovet ordentligt, kan man sige. Så Ulla, virker det ikke meget godt med afstanden og zoomen og sådan noget på det, jeg laver lige nu? Altså, jeg er stadigvæk sådan en lille smule udfordret, kan jeg se, penmæssigt i forhold til, hvor tæt jeg arbejder. Men det er altså også, det er lidt svært, fordi jeg vil rigtig gerne have, at I kan se med stenene. Men min pen er jo alt andet lige. Det er større, kan man sige, man skal sige, ikke? Så jeg håber, at det er sådan, det er alligevel forholdsvis afbalanceret. Skal vi se. Så jeg satser på, jeg vil rigtig gerne være færdig med den her del på her. Det kommer så ikke, kan jeg godt se. Så meget som jeg når at snakke indimellem. Men jeg vil i hvert fald arbejde hæftigt på, at jeg får så meget som muligt noget her. Og man kan sige, I er jo altid velkommen til at fortsætte med efter klokken 4. Og så sker der jo det, at så holder jeg måske lige 10 minutters pause, skal ud og hente et æble eller andet til snack, så jeg ikke dør fuldstændig af sult. Og så fortsætter streamen simpelthen bare ganske i en lang bevægelse over i den engelske del. Eller ja, engelske international, kan man sige. Fordi det er jo ikke fordi, det er kun amerikanere, der er på min stream. Der er jo folk fra hele verden. Og jeg inviterer også, man kan sige, at jeg vil gerne have, at alle føler sig velkommen, uanset hvor de kommer fra. Og så håber jeg jo også på, at der er flere og flere, der sådan opdager, at jeg er på her, kan man sige, her i løbet af søndagen, her mellem i de her tidsrum. Og hvis det er, så plejer jeg jo gerne at have den politik, der hedder, at hvis det nu er, siger vi sådan rent hypotetisk, vi får gang i en eller anden vild fed diskussion, eller debat, eller et eller andet, og I skriver en masse i chatten, og jeg skal svare på det, og sådan pingpong på den måde. Så er det ikke sådan, at klokken er 4, så bliver det sådan, ja, det var så det for i dag. Hej hej. Og så ligesom låser jeg alle ud. Så skal jeg nok få det afrundet pænt, og vi kommer pænt videre. Og så kan man sige, så kan man jo altid tage den med over i den engelske, hvis det endelig er, at man synes, at det kunne være noget, ikke? Og det er klart, at hvis det er, at der igen, det er bare for at sige, at det her, det er jo sådan en, det kan man sige, alle muligheder, alle veje ligger åbne lige nu. Fordi jeg har egentlig bare valgt at sige, at jeg vil ikke lukke for at have en dansk stream. Jeg vil gerne have en dansk stream. Jeg vil gerne stadigvæk have muligheden for at kan snakke med nogle mennesker, som ikke føler, at de har lyst til at skal snakke engelsk eller skrive engelsk. Og de vil gerne høre stadigvæk, at jeg taler på dansk og sådan noget. Og også fordi det hele tiden har været sådan, skal man sige, for mig sådan lidt drivkraften i min YouTube-kanal har været at lave de her danske videoer. Men jeg må også bare krybe til korset og erkende, at jeg kommer ikke nogen steder med kun danske følgere. Fordi så mange følgere er der ikke, og så stort er vores hobbymarked måske heller ikke herhjemme i virkeligheden. I hvert fald ikke endnu. Det kan være, det bliver det. Og det er måske også derfor, jeg sådan gerne vil holde fast i det her. Hvis nu det er sådan, så at man kan sige på et eller andet tidspunkt, jamen så er det ikke nok med den time, fordi der sker så meget, når jeg går på her søndag eftermiddag. Jamen, så vil det jo være det, der får prioritering. Når du sidder sådan, er det ikke ok. Mit skriveprogram driller lidt. Nå, ja. Men jeg er bare sådan, jeg tænker, det der, altså man siger, det der lidt af min udfordring, jeg vil gerne vil have, at folk skal kunne se, hvad jeg laver. Men samtidig, så er min pen bare, altså den måde, jeg arbejder på. Og det kan godt være, fordi jeg i virkeligheden jo arbejder fra venstre, fordi jeg er venstrehåndet. Og så kommer min hånd til at fylde mere, når den kommer indover, end hvis jeg var højrehåndet, og jeg kunne tage det den vej fra. Se hvad jeg siger? Så det kan også godt være, at vi bare skal løfte den lidt. Og så kan I stadigvæk godt se, hvad jeg laver. Det bliver ikke lige så tydeligt, men I kan stadigvæk godt kunne have en fornemmelse af det. Og hvis andre har et input til det, så skriver I bare. Altså det er kun fordi Ulla, hun plejer bare at sige til, hvis det er sådan lidt, ej, det ser ud som om, det virker som om, du er ved at prikke øjnene ned på mig. Okay, så flytter vi den lidt med zoomet. Helt i orden. Nå, men ellers så går det godt. Ellers så går det her godt her i min lille hobbydel af verden, del af hobbyverdenen. Jeg har som sagt prøvet at starte med at hækle. Og har altid kunnet, eller ikke altid, men jeg havde jo, håndarbejde i skolen, som jo så er en del år siden, men der lærer man jo nogle grundprincipper, og det er jo lidt det der er sjovt. Vi prøver sådan her, se om det virker. Det er med muskelhukommelse, fordi det er lidt det, jeg kender, når man siger, altså det er ligesom, hvis først du har lært at cykle, så glemmer du det aldrig igen, fordi det er muskelhukommelse. Og sådan er det også lidt med det her med at strikke og hækle, vil jeg sige. Fordi jeg lærte at hækle for mange år siden, meget bare sådan noget, altså helt grundlæggende hækling. Sådan slår du op, og så tror jeg, at vi lærte at lave fastmasker. Og tage ud, synes jeg, der er et eller andet, der siger mig, fordi vi skulle lave sådan en blæksprutte-agtig ting, så vi skulle kunne tage ud, og så tage ind igen. Strik, hækle et stykke, og så tog man ind, og så til sidst, og dem skulle så lave 2 af, og så var du ende med, at så lavede man sådan nogle, armene blev sådan nogle, hvor du flettede sammen, og så satte man de der fangarme på. Nå, men det er også lige meget. Det der så er det er jo, at jeg så blev lidt inspireret af, at Miss Coffee, hun havde sådan en lille seance med en stream, hvor hun viste, hvordan man gjorde for bund med det her med hækle. Jeg har lært at holde på en måde på en hæklenål, og den måde har bare gjort, at det har aldrig rigtigt, jeg synes aldrig, det bliver rigtig godt. Jeg synes altid, jeg sad sådan lidt og overspændte, og følte lidt, jeg var ved at tage livet af det der stakke stykke garn, jeg sad og arbejdede med. Så det bliver altid sådan en, og så, fordi sidst jeg prøvede det som voksen, og det er faktisk ikke så mange år siden, fordi jeg købte en strikke og en hæklebog til at lave klude, så var det bare sådan lidt, når jeg skulle lave sådan et eller andet, hvor jeg skulle omkring noget, eller hækle noget sammen, eller sådan noget, så følte jeg bare, at det blev sådan meget, meget knudet, og blev meget sådan, jeg synes bare, jeg sad bare sådan, det blev bare, så jeg synes faktisk, det var nemmere at strikke. Men blev så lidt, alligevel lidt sådan, hvad skal man sige, inspireret af denne her stream her, jeg var på med Miss Coffee, og så tænkte jeg, okay, så vil jeg egentlig godt, så prøver jeg sgu at gå i gang, og så tager jeg min hæklebog der. Og jeg har ikke noget problem med at slå op, jeg har ikke noget problem med at hækle som sådan, med at lave maskerne, og jeg skal sådan lige det her med hal- og helstangmasker, og sådan lidt, det skulle jeg lige, de der begreber skal jeg lige have en genopfriskning på, sådan før de helt sidder der. Og det første projekt, jeg lavede, gik egentlig også okay. Det var fordi, det var så det samme hele vejen. Denne her bog, jeg har, den er sådan delt op sådan, at nogle af opskrifterne er med 1 stjerne, det er begynderopskrifterne, nogle er med 2 stjerner, det er sådan medium, og så 3 stjerner, det er for de erfarne. Og så ville jeg prøve, fordi jeg kunne godt lide at arbejde med en lidt tykkere hæklenål, så derfor så fandt jeg en af opskrifterne, hvor den lagde op til det. Og den der opskrift, der er simpelthen måtte pille det op igen, for jeg kan simpelthen ikke, jeg bliver enten har jeg for mange masker, eller så har jeg for få masker på projektet. Og så var jeg sådan lidt, nej, det der, jeg tror der er et eller andet, jeg misforstår, når jeg læser den. Og jeg tror det er det, der gør det. Kontra lidt det, som Miss Coffee har fortalt, og sådan lidt, så var sådan lidt, der er et eller andet, der ikke helt spiller. Det kan jeg godt mærke på det. Så nu har jeg simpelthen valgt en anden en, med lidt tyndere garn, en anden opskrift, og det er faktisk en 2-stjerne opskrift, og det kører bare. Seriøst, det kører bare. Det var sådan lidt, okay, det giver ikke nogen mening, altså. Så har jeg sådan lidt, og så har jeg en anden ting, jeg griner lidt over, fordi der står nogle af de hobbysider, jeg har læst på og sådan noget, så står der, men hvis du skal vælge mellem at strikke og hækle, og du nu begynder, så vælg hækling, fordi det er meget nemmere. Det synes jeg så ikke. Jeg synes faktisk, det var nemmere at starte med at strikke, og jeg synes, det var nemmere også at læse strikkeopskrifterne, end det er at læse hækleopskrifterne. Fordi hækleopskrifterne hurtigt går over et diagram, end strikkeopskrifterne gør. Strikkeopskrifterne er sådan noget, altså det er rimelig ret vrang, 2 i 1, eller altså, det kan jeg i hvert fald bedre. For det andet kan jeg så se nu her, at hvis jeg går efter diagrammer, det skal jeg gøre, så giver det mere mening for mig. Og det tror jeg i hvert fald, det gør. Nu laver jeg denne her klud her, og så håber jeg på, at det så gør, at ligesom når jeg så, fordi jeg alligevel sådan lidt, jeg vil ikke give op på det andet. Det må kunne lykkes mig. Fordi den er, altså, selve de masker, jeg skal lave i den anden, er ret simple. Altså, så det er ikke fordi, det er svært på den måde. Jeg kan åbenbart ikke finde ud af at gøre det ordentligt. Så nu får den her en chance, og så prøver jeg at gå tilbage til den. For jeg kan også godt, jeg har det garn, jeg hækler det i, er nemlig sådan noget, der kan både vaskes og tumples og alt muligt. Så det vil jo passe perfekt, og så få nogle rigtig, godt tænke mig at lave nogle håndklæder i det her garn her. Og hvis ikke, så bliver det en strikkeopskrift med det garn. Det var sådan lidt, altså. Ja. Som der nogen siger, first world problems, altså. Må de problemer aldrig blive større, Pia? Det kan de godt. Det kan de godt blive. Ej, så men jeg vil så også sige, at det har jo så også, altså, det her med, nogen spørger nogle gange, eller siger, men du er så også hurtig til at lave damepainting. Nej, jeg bruger det jo bare, altså, min damepainting har jo faktisk været med redning i forbindelse af det her med hunden, for eksempel, ikke? Fordi, altså, jeg helt ærligt, jeg kan dårligt rumme det. Så det, at jeg kan sætte mig ned og damepainte og lytte til en stream, eller, altså, det kan redde min fornuft, kan man sige. Altså, fordi det er, min hund betyder rigtig meget for mig, og så kan man sige, hvorfor har du overhovedet en hund, hvis du får det følelsesmæssigt så hårdt, når den kommer til skade? Jamen det har jeg jo, fordi jeg på den anden side får rigtig meget. I går fik jeg lige kigget på mit broderi og fandt ud af, at jeg havde faktisk meget. Så nu skal jeg tage mig sammen til at komme i gang. Det lyder som en rigtig, rigtig god idé, Ulla. Det lyder da som en rigtig god idé. Jamen det er jo det der, men nogle gange så kan man jo godt have noget liggende, som man... det bliver ved lejlighed, ikke? Og så bliver det bare... Så bliver det bare ved med at komme noget andet, der er mere spændende ind ad døren. Så glemmer man lidt, hvorfor det var, man havde købt det der andet spændende der. Så. Nej, og jeg har besluttet mig for, at jeg... Altså her i vinterferien, fordi jeg vil lave så meget med videoer og sådan noget, og for ligesom at holde gejsten oppe, kan man sige, så vil jeg så, når jeg sidder om aftenen, sammen med min mand og sådan noget, og skal sidde og nørkle og se fjernsyn, så bliver det nok mere enten korsstingsbroderi eller hækling og sådan noget, jeg tager fat på, ikke? Men jeg kan godt lide at have flere ting at lave, har jeg fundet ud af. Det troede jeg faktisk ikke, men det kan jeg faktisk godt, og jeg kan godt, altså jeg har brug for at have noget, jeg for eksempel kan tage med mig, som jeg kan med hæklingen eller strikningen. Jeg har brug for noget, som jeg kan sidde med over i sofaen, som jeg kan med mine korsstingsbroderier. Og så har jeg, og det her med diamond painting, at det der ligesom indtil videre er med til at bringe balance i systemet. Og jeg ved godt, at der er nogen, der skal sætte, der er sådan lidt, for eksempel, hvorfor har du så mange billeder? Ja, det har jeg altså bare. Fordi for det første fordi jeg har haft muligheden for det, også både pladsmæssigt og jeg har pengemæssigt. Og så vil jeg så også sige, at for mig at det at have billederne, har måske også været sådan lidt, at jeg så kan holde nogle lange pauser, hvor jeg ikke behøver at købe så mange billeder. Fordi jeg for eksempel ikke har købt billeder. Jeg købte det her Color of Life, som jeg også skal lave til efteråret. Og at jeg har en plan nu her med, at jeg skal prøve at bringe mit lager ned, en lille smule ned, så jeg ikke køber så mange billeder i år. Og det er både fordi, at jeg egentlig gerne vil, have lavet alle de billeder, jeg har, men også fordi, at jeg måske kommer til i en forholdsvis nær fremtid ikke at være i stand til at have så meget lagerplads, som jeg har nu. Og så vil jeg jo være ked af, at jeg bliver nødt til at sælge nogle af dem, fordi jeg simpelthen ikke kunne have plads til dem, ikke? Altså, så. Og når jeg siger sådan, så er det lige så meget fordi, at det her er ikke noget, der kommer til at ske sådan hen over natten, og det er noget, vi kommer til at arbejde på de næste års tid. Men det er noget, vi kommer til at arbejde på, det er, at vi skal have solgt vores hus. Vi skal have gjort det salgsklar. Der er nogle ting, som vi selv kan lave, som vi kan med få midler kan øge salgsprisen på det, og også hastigheden med, hvor hurtigt vi forhåbentlig får det formidlet. Og så er tanken, at vi vil lege, enten bliver det jo sådan noget almennyttigt boligbyggeri, vi flytter ud i, men forholdsvis, altså i en lejebolig, som er en vis størrelse, eller også så bliver det noget privat leje. Det har vi ikke rigtig fundet ud af endnu. Altså det er stadigvæk meget tidligt, og vi er heller ikke sådan helt, hvor meget skal vi sidde for om måneden og sådan noget. Men det er simpelthen fordi, at man kan sige, grunden til at vi bor nu, det har været, at det var af hensyn til børnene. Børnene har ligesom ikke mere. Og måske er det nu, at vi skal prøve at bygge en fremtid sammen, hvor vi ikke hele tiden har et efterslæb fra hans fortid med hans ekskone. Jeg vil sige, rent fysisk, altså i forhold til bygningen selv, huset, så er jeg sådan set græskatolsk. Det har jeg ikke. Altså hvis det ikke har betydet noget for ham, så har det ikke betydet noget for mig, fordi det var ikke sådan, at hun havde boet her i mange år inden, og havde sat en masse præg på det, og der var en masse minder på den måde. Hvis det er tilfældet, så er der som regel også nogle gode minder. Her var der faktisk kun dårlige minder, så det var sådan lidt, så det har bare været en hele tid, så har det her bare været en dårlig, hvad skal man sige, påmindelse om nogle dårlige valg, min mand traf i forhold til hans ekskone. Og det, vi har ikke kunnet sælge det, både af hensyn til ungerne, men også fordi markedet ikke har været til det, og vi vil gå ud med et kæmpe tab. Og jeg har det bare sådan, bare vi kan gå ud med en break-even, sådan så vi i det mindste ikke skylder nogen penge væk, når vi flytter herfra, så vil jeg være glad og tilfreds. Hvis vi kan komme herfra med et overskud, hvilket vi jo egentlig gerne skulle kunne, så vil det jo være det mest optimale. Men det betyder jo så også bare, at jeg kan ikke være sikret, at jeg kan sådan brede mig ud i al fremtid ind i 3 lokaler. Jeg gør det nu, fordi jeg kan tillade mig at gøre det. Men på sigt kommer det ikke til at være sådan. På sigt, jeg vil sige sådan rent værelsesmæssigt, så vil jeg gerne have at vi har, fordi jeg arbejder hjemme, så jeg vil gerne have et hjemmekontor. Og så skal vi have et gæsteværelse. Men de 2 ting kan sagtens være det samme, fordi hvis gæsteværelset er i brug, så tænker jeg, at jeg arbejder. Og hvis jeg gør, så har jeg en bærbar, jeg kan sidde med. Eller at det kan være, at mit hjemmekontor kommer til at være i, det er jo lidt som det er nu, hvor det er i køkken-alrum-delen, fordi at det gør mig heller ikke noget. Men jeg tænker i hvert fald, at vi skal have gæsteværelse, for det skal være sådan, så at når søster kommer fra England, eller ungerne skal bruge en seng at sove i, eller nogle andre, hvis søsters unger kommer fra England, jamen så kan vi tilbyde en seng at sove i. Så den mulighed vil jeg gerne have. Og så vil jeg gerne have et ekstra værelse, for jeg vil gerne, altså jeg har det bedst med at have mit eget rum, hvor jeg kan putte mine håndarbejdsting ind i, og så kan jeg lukke døren. Så kan det godt være, at jeg ikke sidder i rummet, når jeg laver noget. Og det er jo også det, vi skal finde ud af, at når den tid bliver aktuel, jamen hvordan skal jeg så sidde, hvordan når vi går ud og kigger på hus, eller på hjem, eller på lejlighed, jamen så vil jeg jo have min streaming i baghovedet, fordi jeg skal kunne streame, jeg skal kunne sidde og arbejde, der skal være plads til mit bord og sådan noget. Så det kan ikke nytte noget, at vi får en lille lejlighed på 50 kvadratmeter, for det kommer simpelthen ikke til at ske. Vi har også en hund, vi skal have med. Så, men det er bare også for at sige, at der kommer nogle forandringer, så hvor jeg håber på, at det kan være med til at skabe lidt bedre, lidt bedre fremtidsenergi for os, både for min mand og for mig, men også sådan lidt, at vi er ligesom ikke, vi er ikke på den side af vores liv, hvor vi kan sige, nu har vi hele livet foran os, vi er ikke 20 og har hele livet foran os, vi er 50 plus, og vi bliver nødt til at tænke på, hvad giver mening i forhold til, hvis en af os kommer til at sidde alene, og alle de her ting, og der vil det bare være bedst, hvis det er lige, ikke? Altså, og jeg har det også sådan lidt, jeg vil rigtig gerne have, at der er ryddet op, altså på den måde, at han har sådan et helt værksted her, hvor vi bor nu, som jeg tror dårligt, han ved, hvad der er, men at det skal der altså ryddes ud i, fordi der får han ikke alt det med. Så det skal nok gå med at finde det rigtige hjem. Ja. For os 2 og de superstar, den er noteret. Jeg kan godt høre, hvis jeg nogensinde ikke bliver i stand til at passe den hund, hvor den så skal hen. Det kan jeg godt høre på det hele. Han har godt nok lige nøjagtigt scoret dit hjerte, Ulla. Ja, han er også sød. Han er rigtig, rigtig sød. Og det er også derfor, det gør lidt ondt på ham. På hans mor, når han har det skidt. Så bliver hun sådan også lidt skidt. Ja. Jeg overvejede faktisk på et tidspunkt, og det kan også godt være, at jeg gør det. Du skal nok komme over og hente den. Ja, nej, det kommer så ikke til at ske. Jeg bilder mig ind i, at han kan ikke være særlig langt væk fra mig afstandsmæssigt. Men jeg havde faktisk en tanke om på et tidspunkt, og det kan godt være, at jeg måske når jeg går på pension, sætter den i værk, fordi det kræver en lille smule mere tid. Det ved jeg godt. Men det kunne faktisk godt være noget, som også kunne hjælpe mig sådan helt personligt. Det var faktisk, jeg har faktisk gået leget lidt med tanken om, at en af de her hunde, jeg har, som jo er super kloge i de her retriever-racer, at det kunne måske godt være, at det ville være smart at få trænet en af dem som servicehund, eller i hvert fald tæt på, og så simpelthen se, om jeg kan få dem certificeret. Ham, den, hende, den. På en eller anden måde. At jeg har slet ikke gået ind i det, jeg har slet ikke undersøgt det, det er bare en tanke, jeg har haft, fordi at de 2 hunde her, jeg har nu, jo på mange områder fungerer som sådan for mig. De samler ting op for mig, som jeg ikke kan. Også nogle gange, når jeg ikke beder om det, men ofte, når jeg beder om det, så samler de ting op, også af sig selv, hvis jeg bare taber noget. Jamen, så er de der. Og det er nogle hunde, som godt kan lide at være meget tæt på en, helst hele tiden. Det er en af grundene til, at jeg lukker døren ud til mit badeværelse, fordi ellers så har jeg en hund stående derude. Også når jeg går i bad, det har jeg prøvet, så har du sådan en hund, der står derude, så får du sådan en kold snud på ballerne, når du stiger ud af bruser. Det er ikke skide sjovt, vil jeg så sige. Så det er faktisk ikke, hvis jeg på nogen måde kan undgå det. Der er nogle gange, hvis man er alene med sådan en valp eller ung hund, så bliver man nødt til at have døren åben, fordi man skal sådan have døre på, hvad de laver. Men ellers så gør jeg det altså helst alene. Men de er meget sammen med en, og de er meget villige til at være sammen med dig, og de er meget villige til at være tæt op under dig hele tiden, og være opmærksom på dit velbefindende. Altså man kan sige, det eneste der er, det er en stor hund, ikke? Og det kan være sådan lidt, og hvis det nu bliver en servicehund, ja, så kan det måske være sent sag, at den skal komme med rundt, men altså, den er jo ikke meget større end en golden retriever, de bliver jo brugt til det, så altså. Det jeg selv forestiller mig, at grund til, at man måske ikke bruger flatcoated, det er, fordi det tager lidt længere tid for dem at blive moden op i bøtten til det, kunne jeg godt forestille mig. Altså de kan hurtigere, kan de blive afledt, og altså, folk skal bare se på min hund, og så tror jeg, at de vil snakke med ham, ikke? Jeg vil sige, at ham her har jeg rent faktisk arbejdet. Sådan er det med min Lilo. Hun er en appelsin. De er så smukke. Raskat, ja. Nå. Så jeg kunne godt, altså, jeg tænker, der er rigtig meget i det med flatterne, men jeg tror, en af grundene til, at de ikke bliver brugt som sådan til servicehund, det er måske nok, fordi at de er, altså de bliver hurtigt afledt. Jeg vil så sige, at ham her, jeg har nu, at han er egentlig sådan meget, altså hvis jeg siger, at det skal du ikke, så gør han det ikke. Så man kan sige, det er jo ikke noget, som du ikke kan arbejde ud af hunden. Det kræver måske bare lidt mere. Fordi de er glade for mennesker, altså det er meget sådan happy-go-lucky i det. Hun er mit et og alt, og hun blev hentet i Korsør, heldigvis forstår hun mit vestjysk. Ja, det er en god ting, at de ikke sådan er dialekt forskrækte. Altså vores, han er jo egentlig fra Fyn, så han har jo egentlig hørt Fyns den første del af sit liv, vil jeg så sige. Men man kan sige, det er jo også her, hvor kropssprog og sådan noget jo så bliver endnu mere vigtigt. Altså hvis vi endelig skulle snakke om det med sprog, fordi sprog er jo for os mennesker ret vigtigt. Og det er det jo også i dyreverdenen, men dyreverdenen har jo bare ikke, der kan man sige, at lyden på den måde, som hvor vi former ord, det er ikke vigtigt for dem. For dem, der er lyden kommer kun på, hvis jeg vil understrege mit kropssprog. Så hvis ikke du vil lytte til det, jeg viser med min krop, så putter jeg lyd på, for at ligesom sige, jamen prøv nu her. Så rusker mig hvad hedder det? frakkeskyderen der, skulle jeg til at sige. Det er lige rusten en gang i trøjen, og så siger jeg, nu må du lige høre efter. Nå, men jeg har faktisk en teori i forhold til det her med jeg ved ikke, hvorfor jeg gik og tænkte på det, men det er faktisk noget, jeg gik og tænkte på. Det her med, hvad det var, jeg kunne bruge en servicehund til. Fordi jeg føler, det er måske også sådan, at er jeg overhovedet berettiget til det? Men jeg tror faktisk, at hvis jeg havde en servicehund, som jeg kunne have med mig i toget og med mig i butikker og sådan noget, så tror jeg faktisk, det ville gøre mig mere... Jeg ville føle mig mere tryg, og det ville gøre, at jeg ville kunne tage afsted flere steder selv. Jeg vil sidde og snakke om på et tidspunkt med det her med, at jeg har det bedst med at have min mand med mig, når jeg skal nogle steder, fordi hvis jeg får sådan et hvad skal man sige, ikke et anfald, men at mine smerter lige pludselig stiger, så kan jeg godt gå lidt i panik. Og der skal ikke særlig meget stress oven i det til at udløse panikanfaldet. Så derfor så er det sådan lidt, at jeg vil helst ikke, altså fordi jeg har prøvet at stå i en butik og føle mig enormt sårbar, og være sådan helt hyperventilere, og bare sætte tingene frem og skynde mod butikken, sætte mod i bilen og være sådan, jeg skal bare hjem og ryste over det hele. Og hvis det sker, når jeg har min mand med mig, så er jeg sådan med, så er jeg med i sikkerhed, og så kommer han og passer på mig og sådan noget. Og der tænker jeg bare, at hvis jeg har en hund, der kan passe på mig, så vil jeg måske også jeg vil måske også slappe mere af, så det ikke bliver udløst, det her på samme måde. Det er så min egen teori. Plus, at den kan være denne her almen støtte til, at når jeg skal med toget, og jeg egentlig føler mig lidt utilpas med at være der, fordi der er mange mennesker, eller altså, jeg kan godt mærke, at fordi jeg ikke er 100% med min krop, som jeg har været, så føler jeg mig heller ikke lige så mentalt stærk altid. Og jeg kan godt starte med at føle mig sådan, nu skal jeg også bare, og når jeg så kommer ud, så er jeg sådan lidt, jeg har egentlig mest lyst til at bare tage hjem nu. Altså, fordi så er jeg sådan lidt, enten har jeg brugt alle ressourcerne på at blive klar, eller også så er jeg bare sådan lidt, omverdenen gør mig nervøs. Ja. Så en udsendelse med en servicehund, der beskytter sin eget på grund af noget angst. Ja. Jamen altså, de bliver jo brugt til rigtig, rigtig mange ting, servicehundene i dag. Så det er ikke kun nogen, der er, altså, nogle hunde, der skal hjælpe dig, fordi du sidder i kørestol og ikke kan nå ting, eller at du har multisklerose og ikke kan række, eller sidder i elektrisk kørestol og skal have hjælp til. Men det er faktisk også nogen, som bliver social hjælpehunde, som skal hjælpe folk med i forhold til, hvis de har social angst, eller PTSD, eller, altså, fordi det er blevet mangesidigt, og man har fundet ud af, at hunde faktisk kan hjælpe både børn, unge og voksne ud over grænser, så de kan blive meget mere selvkørende, end de har været før. Hvor man før har måttet enten have altså menneskelige hjælpere, eller også så har man sagt, at så må de blive hjemme, eller man har medicineret dem og prøvet at hjælpe dem den vej, fordi hvis man kan dæmpe din angst, så kan du måske overskud til at komme ud og sådan noget, ikke? Så, og jeg synes jo et eller andet sted, at hundene er et meget, meget bedre valg, end hvad en kunstig medicin kan gøre. Og egentlig også mange gange måske bedre end mennesket, fordi at man som denne her ubetingede hengivenhed, og det at hunden kan være hos dig hele tiden, det er ikke en, der tager hjem, når klokken er 4, og så må du klare dig selv, eller som kan være optaget af egne problemer, det har en hund altså ikke. Den har fuld fokus på dig hele tiden, og den vil hjælpe dig, altså hele tiden. Så Så ja, det kan være, når på et tidspunkt, når jeg føler, at jeg har tid og overskud til det, at jeg vil kigge mere ind i det, fordi jeg kan godt mærke på mig selv, at jeg nogle gange godt kan blive lidt ærgerlig over, at jeg føler mig begrænset i forhold til mit mentale overskud. Altså, hvad har jeg overskud til, og hvad har jeg ikke overskud til. Fordi jeg føler, at når jeg skal ud, så er der så mange ting, jeg skal være opmærksom på og passe på, og man kan sige, så er det sådan lidt, men så kan man, hvis jeg kører nogle steder, så er der parkeringspladser, kan jeg komme af med min bil, kan jeg komme ind i min bil, altså, jeg føler hele tiden, der er noget, jeg skal holde øje med, og jeg skal være på vagt overfor. Hvorimod, når jeg så tager min mand med mig under armen, jamen, så er det hans problem, så kan jeg bedre slappe af og have overskud til, hvad det nu er, vi skal, ikke? Som da vi var inde på La Glace spise derinde, og var inde og købe englekort og alt muligt. Men altså, det er jo, ja. Det er jo der, hvor jeg kunne have ønsket, at jeg kunne have haft en hund, og altså kan faktisk godt savne at tage på café, og bare sidde og en forårsdag eller en sommerdag, og få en kop kaffe latte inde på strøget, og bare sidde med en bog, og så tage hjem igen efter nogle timer, og have været i København. Men jeg gør det ikke mere. Jeg gør det ikke, fordi jeg når at blive brugt, inden jeg overhovedet kommer i gang. Inden jeg overhovedet kommer ud af døren og skal med toget, og først skal jeg med en bus, så skal jeg med et tog, og så skal jeg måske med en bus mere, eller så skal jeg gå et pænt stykke, ikke? Altså, så er jeg jo klar til at tage hjem igen, fordi jeg har jo brugt alle ressourcerne på overhovedet, for det første at komme ud af døren, og for det andet så at overleve hele transporten dagen, om jeg så må sige. Så det er bare nogle gange, med sådan nogle ting, så handler det også lidt om, hvor man har sin, man synes, nej, men det burde du kunne. Altså, jeg har altid været en meget, meget stærk kvinde. Og jeg kan godt være sådan en gang til, ej, det kan satme ikke passe, jeg kan det. Altså, bare fordi, at jeg har fået de her smerter her, og at de nogle gange godt kan de ligesom tager hele styringen. Så jeg ikke passe, at jeg kan det her. Men jeg kan jo godt mærke, at jo, det kan godt passe, og det er måske også, jeg skal måske også bare snart erkende, at sådan er det altså bare. Vilkåret er, som det er. Og så finde de værktøjer, de redskaber, jeg skal bruge i værktøjskassen til det, og hvis ikke jeg har dem, så må jeg jo anskaffe mig dem. Og man kan sige, altså mit håndarbejde er jo den ene del af det, fordi det er den, jeg bruger, når jeg er hjemme, og jeg ligesom skal lade op og restituere, og hvis jeg har overbrugt mig selv, jamen så er det også mit håndarbejde, hvor jeg ligesom slapper af, enten ved at skifte fra den mellem to forskellige ting, alt det man skal stå eller sidde, eller hvad der er bedst for mig. Og jeg gør jo gerne, hvis vi siger på sådan en 2-3 timers seance, skulle jeg til at sige, jamen så gør jeg jo gerne flere ting. Altså så sætter jeg mig måske først og laver lidt diamond painting, så sætter jeg mig over sofaen, det er en times tid, så sætter jeg mig over, altså så. Nogle gange kunne tage en hund med mig, for at jeg kan komme ud mere, så jeg kan følge dig, så jeg kan godt føle en ja. Jamen Ulla, det er jo jeg tænker, altså, i hvert fald for mig, jeg ved ikke, hvordan andre har det, men jeg ved for mig i hvert fald, at, som jeg siger, jeg savner det jo nogle gange, fordi jeg har gjort det. Men at, altså, og det var jo en af de ting, jeg snakkede om med dem om, da jeg var på rehabiliteringsforløbet oppe i Skagen. Det var jo faktisk det her med, at det var faktisk en af de ting, som jeg var mest ked af, det var, at jeg ligesom følte, at jeg isolerede mig herhjemme mere og mere. Fordi jeg synes, det blev mere og mere uoverskueligt at komme afsted og komme ud. Plus at det her med, kan jeg nu overhovedet komme hjem igen? Og det er jo sådan den næste ting i det, kan jeg overhovedet komme hjem igen? Så, men jeg tænker da også, Ulla, at så vidt jeg ved, uden noget, så mener jeg da, at du vil kunne søge det måske. Måske. Og nu bliver jeg sådan lidt, fordi... Men jeg tænker, hvis man har en angstdiagnose, så kan det måske i hvert fald være med til at hjælpe til, at man kan blive godkendt til det. Og få en hund, der kan hjælpe en socialt. Nå, lad os se. Klokken den er 4:07. Jeg isolerede mig meget som ung. Gik jeg sjældent i byen til anden mand, som jeg har kendt hele mit liv. Ja, indtil du mødte din mand. Ja. Men det var, jeg synes bare, du sagde på et tidspunkt, at du havde angst. Men det er jo så ikke det samme, som om du har fået en diagnose med angst. Men det kunne jeg bare godt forestille mig måske. Og det der, man kan sige, det kunne måske godt, altså det er jo sådan nogle, i sådan nogle situationer, og jeg også tænker, hvis man har, eller han er din støtte. Og det er jo, altså jeg har jo også støtten i min mand, men en gang imellem, så er jeg bare sådan lidt, jeg vil faktisk også gerne selv gøre noget, altså på egen hånd, ikke? Og når nu jeg har fortalt det her, så kan man måske godt sætte sig ind i, at når jeg så skal rejse til Manchester på egen hånd, hvilket jeg gør, så er det sidste, jeg indrømmer over for min mand, det er, at jeg faktisk er skide bange. Altså, jeg har det faktisk rigtig dårligt med, at jeg skal tage afsted alene. Og jeg er sådan, nej. Og det er ikke så meget, om jeg er ikke bange for at flyve, fordi det jeg elsker at flyve. Men hele det der optakt ude i lufthavnen, i min lufthavn, i Københavns Lufthavn, og i, Manchester Lufthavn, det er jo, det kan jo næsten få hovedet til at eksplodere på mig, altså. Nej, bare de nu ikke, og bare jeg nu ikke skal stå for længe, og bare nu ikke jeg skal, og alt muligt, ikke? Og, så det er jo også en af grundene til, at jeg betaler jo en bondegård, når jeg tager til Manchester. Altså fordi jeg rejser på business class, og det er kun fordi, der ikke er en first class, fordi så er jeg nok siddet der. Men jeg rejser på business class, fordi så kan jeg gå igennem fast tracken, og jeg skal ikke vente for længe, og altså, fordi jeg kan simpelthen ikke rumme det. Og jeg er 200 i en stressmålingen, når i al den tid, jeg er under rejsen, lige snart jeg får fat på min veninde over på den anden side, eller søster over på den anden side af sundet der, så kan jeg sådan begynde at slappe af, men jeg slapper først rigtig af, når vi lander hjemme hos hende, og jeg kan ligesom få mine ting op på værelset op. Ja, det er fordi, det lå, nu ved jeg ikke, hvor det ligger henne nu, men hendes gamle hus, der lå det op på første sal, så op på værelset, og lige få komme i joggingtøjet, og så komme ned og få en kop kaffe, og vi kan sidde og snakke. Så er jeg, så lander jeg. Men der har jeg jo også, altså, og det er jo, altså, man kan sige, det her er jo en rejse, som jeg har foretaget så mange gange efterhånden, fordi hendes børn jo ligesom er, tvillingerne er 20, og hun rejste over, da de var 3 måneder med dem, så man kan sige, så kan jeg jo selv regne ud, hvor mange gange jeg har været der, når jeg har været der minimum. I snit har jeg rejst til Manchester et par gange om året. Årligt. Og i starten, tog jeg faktisk afsted lidt mere. Der tog jeg afsted 2-3 gange om året. Her på det sidste har jeg ikke været derovre så meget. Efter coronaen har jeg kun været der en enkelt gang eller 2. Hun har også været hjemme et par gange. Så der har vi måttet fordele lidt mere på den måde, fordi vi begge to har... Altså, dengang hun flyttede, der betalte hun rigtig meget. De betalte rigtig mange af mine flybilletter, og jeg kunne tage rigtig mange billige billetter. Men efter det er blevet sådan, hvor jeg skal ligesom betale mig fra nogle af de der luksusting, så så bliver det ikke så mange gange. Altså, ja. Så ja. Nå, venner og veninder, klokken den er 4:15. Og jeg vil sætte et BRB-skilt på og sige tusind tak for, at I har lyttet til mig i dag, og I har været her. Sætter jeg meget, meget pris på. I er meget velkommen til at blive her og høre på, at jeg slår over i engelsk og byder mine internationale følgere velkommen. Lige så snart jeg kommer tilbage fra, jeg skal lige ud og hente noget at drikke og en snack, og så kører jeg på med det her og en hel masse andet snak. Jeg håber det går bedre, når jeg kommer over på engelsk. Det ved jeg ikke, om det gør. Så, men som sagt, tusind tak, fordi I er her, og tusind tak, fordi I vil støtte det her, og støtte mig med at gå fra YouTube og herover. Det synes jeg bare er rigtig, rigtig dejligt. Det varmer mit hjerte. Og så ses vi lige om lidt igen. Så bliver endelig hængende. Det er kun 5-10 minutter eller sådan noget. Max. Måske kun 2. Nu ser vi. Okay, so let's see. There, I'm back. And oops. So we are transitioning in a smooth movement um, in over to my second part of my stream for everyone. It will be in English, and it so the first part I was doing this. I was doing my I would call it kind of whip and chat for my Danish followers. But now we are starting on my second part, and second part is for everyone, and that means I'm going to speak English for the rest of the stream. I am going to close the door. So, and I was just gonna give this a bit more so you could see a bit more of what I've been doing. The picture here, I am on the very last part of it, and it's so close to be done. So I really just wanted to keep on working on it. Welcome back. Thank you, Stila. Thank you, thank you. So that is why I thought, why don't I just go and do some diamond painting today? Hang on. So that is what I'm gonna do. Hey, Binge! Thanks for stopping by and welcome. We have a raid, Binge. You are the most sweet boy I have ever met, and you know how to make a girl happy. Hello, Raiders! Welcome in. I just made the transition. The first part of my stream I do in Danish for my Danish followers. I don't think so. Oh, just take the compliment. Okay, Benj? Just take it. Don't be shy. Just take it. You never know when you get things said to that. Said to you that again. So take it when it's there. So I'm just gonna move this a bit so you can see a bit more of what I'm talking about. So I am doing my first part of my stream for an hour. I do for my Danish followers, and I do it in Danish. And now we just made a transition to part 2. That is where I kind of open the door for everyone. So you're all more than welcome to drop by and see what I'm doing. And today is diamond painting all day. I'm gonna work on this and get as much done today because I'm so close to a finish. And you know the feeling of, oh, I just want to get it done. I have kitted up for the next I have a big light pad, an A1 where I have the big pictures, the ones that are 70 by 90 for instance. And then on this one, which is an A2, I have the smaller one, and I love doing them on my stream just because if I do that, I kind of mix the two of them, and I tend to prevent myself from burning out on the diamond painting. I've been working on the diamond painting part for the past 3 years, and for the past a little over a year and a half, it's been a lot of back-to-back diamond painting. And I would say when I reached autumn last year, I was very close to a burnout on it because you kind of just, it was just a steady flow of just taking one off, finish it, then the next one, then and you do burn out if you do it that way. And so I figured out what if I just take the big ones in the weekdays from Monday to Thursdays, and then when I do the streams, I can have smaller, maybe snack size, doing that, and have a bit of more flow going through on the stream. So that's what we're trying to do. Plus, I'm trying to minimize my stash, my diamond painting stash. That's what we all with. So this year, 2024, is absolutely a year where I'm not gonna buy that many diamond painting pictures. I am going to have a really, really choosy picking thing going on every time I see a diamond painting. That could potentially be a buy. So let's see. I am on a no buy till end of March. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it. I think it's a good thing. Just every now and then, just put a hold on. So prepare for the loveliest vibes. It's a binge berry. Yeah, the do that. And Iggy from Iggy from North. Hello, folks. Welcome. Thanks for stopping by and be a part of the raid. We love to have you here. And usually I am streaming on Thursday and Fridays. From past month I have been doing on Sundays too, and it was just kind of a I used to do it on YouTube, but to be quite honest, I felt like it kind of died on YouTube. So, and I was really captivated by the way that I have been just getting new friends here on Twitch, and I felt like that the stream I had on Twitch was so much more, lively, and what there was a lot going on that I never saw on YouTube. So there's no forcing you to stay here. If you need to go and do your thing, do it. You're welcome to hang around, stay. You're not obligated to do anything. I'm just grateful you stopped by, and I hope to see you here another day. You're always welcome to stop by and lurk around and check out the stream. And another day where there might be a bit more, not so much going on or whatever. So I'm just gonna keep on doing my thing, and you're always welcome to ask me if there's anything I say or do. Please ask. If you wonder anything, just ask away. Oh yeah, and as you might guess, English is my second language. So if I do say something that sounds funny, or and you don't get what I'm saying, just ask, cause sometimes I don't even myself get what I'm saying. So it's quite okay to say, hey, what did you really mean when you said? I'm also no by till April because my birthday is in April. Yeah, I think my birthday is in May. And Gina, I think I'm kind of the same mindset that until I reach my birthday, and also because of my husband or our whole economic situation at the moment, I'm like, no, I just need to put everything on hold. I don't even. I mean, might get a huge vet bill tomorrow. I need to pay, and yeah. So until we know further more about it, I have to put everything. And I mean, it's not like I don't have anything to do. I still have 40 pictures I can do. So I'm just gonna work on the ones I have. And I do believe that with the plan I have made for the rest of the year with drills, I know some of the masters drills and chills and jingle drills, um, where I have pictures for most of it. It's gonna be okay, and then I have plenty of things or pictures I can do in between. I still have two cross stitches I haven't touched, almost haven't touched. Um, and now I have added crochet. I might have to buy some yarn at one point, but hey, I don't think yarn is under the no buy. Right, me too. Finally figured out what was wrong with our car. So that's priority, and next I need new glasses. It's been too long. Oh yeah. So um and I think one of the big differences for me between diamond painting and the yarn part is that we that's me have access to a quite a big yarn shop very close to where I live, and they have a lot of sales going on often, and so I can buy cheap yarn if I want to. Give $5 to $10 for that. Yeah, yeah. And that's that. I mean, that's one of the things that for that is amazing, Ula. Ula is at the moment just a balance. Everything is on the right path because you got settled with your new contract and everything, so that's perfect. I just picked out an outfit for my cousin wedding, and I'm also buying some art supplies and some storage from Amazon. It just made my point. I mean, it's very cheap for me to buy yarn compared to buy diamond painting. Um, the only thing is that I might be, you know, buying as a birthday gift. That could be the amazing crochet hooks I was looking at the other day. That could be that, but other than that, I don't. I mean, when it comes to yarn and the whole knitting, I have all the knitting supplies, tools I need. So it's more like I need some yarn and I'm getting more and more. I'm like, the one thing I kind of couldn't help noticing is my hands do hurt a bit more, and it is because I do a bit more crocheting. But I think it's kind of a that would have happened anyway. I still have to find a dress for my son's wedding. It's been at least 15 years since I wore a dress. You could find something that was a combination between uh, pants and pants that looks like a dress. You know what I mean? If it is, I have I have a national Korean national dress I bought like for our wedding, but the color I bought because it's a dress and two jackets, so so I bought a white one for my wedding, and then I have a kind of a red one for just for if I was supposed to be a part of a wedding. So that would absolutely be what I've been wearing. But I would always also say that if ever I should be in the situation where one of my stepsons was going to get married, I might buy myself a new one. I also give myself an allowance for me getting I want because I have bipolar, and one side effect of having it is called manic. Oh yeah, it is. So you tend to. So how do you handle that, Gina? I'm sorry if I'm getting too close or anything, but I just get curious when you it's kind of opening the worm can, kind of worms, because it gets so much so many questions in my mind. So please just say I don't want to answer anything, but and that would be perfectly okay. But I'm just wondering, how do you cope with that? Is what you do, is that you go online shopping a lot and just ordering a lot from Amazon, for instance, and then you return it later when it's kind of when you're out of that manic state, or do you sell it just on a buy and sell page, or how do you do that, or do you have some tools that can prevent you from going to that kind of way of handling your manic state? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I'm not quite sure how. I myself. I hope it makes sense what I said. So I want to give you an update, because if you were on my stream Friday, I told you about my husband was fired, and my dog was not doing too good, and I have to go to the vet tomorrow, because he's not bad. I would say he's 80% okay, but that last 20% he's absolutely not okay. So I really need a vet to look at him and hopefully be able to give him some pain medication so he can relax, because he's really really tired. And I think it's because when he sleeps he kind of collapses. He's just too exhausted to stay awake, so he's not really sleeping good because he's half awake all the time. I'm on medication and therapy, and I budget for it, and my husband can recognize when an episode is coming on because I get super focused on a particular item. Okay, that way. Okay. Thank you for answering my question. So, I need to call the vet first thing in the morning. So, you know, nothing is as bad that it's not good for something. And so, anyway, him being home, my husband being home now, is actually quite okay. Yeah, I hope. I hope it's just either a nerve or a sprain or something that just hurts him, and he kind of, just keep, he's not getting it rested enough, so the pain will help him rest, relax. I will say everyone is different on how they handle their mental state if they are diagnosed with bipolar. For sure, for sure. I'm just not, it's not that often I get the opportunity to ask, and I'm just very curious as a person. So sometimes, and I just learned after a long time, I need to kind of, get the permission, or, is it okay for you if I ask you like this, and, kind of explain, because I when I was younger, I would just ask. So, yeah. I'm happy you're. It's good you love your new pen bench. That's a good thing. You were a bit um, anxious, I would say. Anxious, excited about it. And I get it because you're buying it from a picture and you really can't say how it is until you get it in your hand. So, but hi Haley, welcome in. Thanks for stopping by. How are you today? But wouldn't you agree, Ben? She's very skilled as in handcrafting these, customize these pens. Um, you really feel like you can feel how it's him who has been working with that pen. Yeah, it's weighted and so smooth. Yeah, it is. I was because in the beginning I kind of just wanted to have these that are hybrids where you have wood in the ends and you have the resin in the middle. But I love these as much. I was just afraid that these, where it's pure resin, would be too heavy for me. But as you say, they are very balanced. So even though you get one like this, that actually where you can say it's not the dense in it is not that deep, so it there's a lot of resin in it. But even this one is not heavy. It doesn't feel heavy in my hand. It feels just kind smooth and balanced. Yeah. So that I will agree with you. I don't understand, Ula, what you're writing to me. Okay, I'm gonna lower this a bit. Yeah, I'm just gonna do like this. Was meaning to ask in my review, can I please use your name as referral to directing me to this store? Yeah, yeah, you can say that you saw it on my stream. Absolutely. I did actually ask him, Um, I took the chance because I know from his coffee that a lot of people do ask, can I get a code? Can I get some, um, percentages off? Or can I get this cheaper than other people and all that? So I was like, but oh yeah, well, it is. It is. It is. We called it. Yeah, yeah. It is. Um, in Danish, we called it maniodepressiv in the old back in the days. So that is. So Ulla is asking if what you were talking about, Gina, is where you can't control or have troubles controlling your urge to buy things. If you're allowed to tell me, she says, say yeah, of course. Oh, now I get what you wrote in the first ones. Oh, I'm so sorry. I get what you wrote first time, but it's absolutely perfect. You wanna rephrase it. Now I get it 100%. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It is. It is. You just want to be sure. Yeah, it is. It's a challenge, I think. It's a challenge, but a lot of those conditions are when you are having mental challenges like that. It is a hard and tough job. But I would say from what Gina is telling here in the chat, she is handling the absolute best way with a combination with medication and therapy and some good network that can help you when you are having troubles. And she has a very very good support in her husband that um, because he is living on a day-to-day basis with her, and having one that can kind of know the signs and help you either redirect or whatever is priceless. It's just a gift. It's a pure gift in those situations. Yeah, you're happy to hear that she has a good support. Yeah. I mean, in a lot of things, I think having a support system is almost a difference between living a good life with the challenges you have and just living, surviving, you know? Um, it's very few of us that can kind of claim that we are happy all the time or that we don't have something that can kind of, be, can create some challenges along the way. Um, so whether whether it's a husband, partner, it's a good friend, you know, of some sort that can be there for you is a lot has a lot to do about how you live and whether you will how you feel about your own life. And I know people will say that, well, you need to be able to be happy on your own, but we're not all created to be happy on our own. In that sense, meaning that you can have a background that makes it impossible for you to be happy on your own. The important thing here is that you have a knowledge about that, and if you're honest about it to yourself, you will eventually and most likely get all the help you need. Um, I've always said that having some kind of personal personality disorder, for instance, or having tendency to depression or be bipolar or whatever it is, it's not so much how you got it and what made you have it. It's more to do how you act on it now as an adult, for instance. One thing is what happened when you were a kid, and that can be in all sorts of gruesome way that can fuck your brain up, to be honest. But at the end of the day when you get older, and the more you will be able to, or the society will demand of you that you need to take care of yourself and can't depend on others. You have an obligation of, taking care of whatever has been done to damage you. Um, and that can be a challenge. I know that. It's not like I'm saying it's not a challenge, because it absolutely is. And it's for a lot of people, this is a process or journey that will take most of your life, but it's better than not to do. um, I have so much more respect for people that are trying than for people that are not trying, for people that are not like that just blames others. It's the societies, it's my parents, it's whatever. And to me, that is, it's that can be true. It can be your parents, it can be society, it can be everything. But to me, it's not an excuse for your action as a grown up. You know, as a grown up, what's right and wrong. um, and often you also know it, when it comes to partners and relationship and all that. You actually have a good feeling of what's right and wrong. You might not be able to solve, you know have the right tools to fix it or whatnot, but you have a feeling whether what you do is right, is or what, or if it's wrong. So, and then you can seek help to get, the tools to act, learn how to act the right ways. And eventually you will meet people that will be right for you, like a partner and all that. Um, so for me, if I, for instance, me, it's so much easier to talk about me. As I said, if you if I say something and you're not agreeing with me, please just say it. If As long as we are adult and polite about it, I don't mind us having different opinions. Um, I can only say how I see the world from my eyes. I can't say that this is how everyone is seeing him. And it is like with for instance, my with a diamond painting, or with crafting. You can say, well, this is way I do it. I can't say that this is the best for everyone to do it this way. This is how it works for me. And I would say kind of the same thing with this, with how you handle your mental health or your health just in general. It's just, this is what works for me. This is my story, and it's not because I'm that self-centered. I think all of us that are streaming, I just, we have a bit of a self-centering thing going on, because then we wouldn't stream, right? So if we didn't like talking, um, and people, we were, because when you talk on a stream, you have to be aware of that people are listening to you. So in that way, I mean, there's a bit self-centering in all of us, in the best way possible. Okay. Oops. Hang on. What did I have? So my story begins when I was born, and I don't even, I don't know where I was born. I don't know what date I was born. I know I was living on allegedly, I was living on a baby's home in Seoul, I think, in South Korea. I had a South Korean passport when I was adopted. And when I say allegedly, it's because very recently, it was revealed that a lot of us that was adopted, that when I was adopted, were actually stolen from our parents and was brought up for adoption for instance, to Denmark. So, you know, it is kind of a heartbreaking situation that could be a set of parents in Korea. My parents could still be alive and think I was dead because they don't know what happened to me, and it was never planned. I was gonna be they were gonna give up on me. That being said, um, how nasty it might seem of me and self-centered, my parents I buried in 1993 and in 2000. These people were the ones who were my parents. My biological parents, um, those I have no connection to and no relation to. And actually, to be honest, in my age, I really don't want to, you know, I have no desire in stirring up in that nest because I'm not sure it's going to be a good outcome. If you are a victim and the solution is not something that can't be fixed, you will continue to be one if you do nothing. Life is a challenge. We are programmed to problem solve the truth. We often don't listen to it. We always don't have the answers, and we just need to accept that and try our best. Win or lose, you need to try. Just my view of things. Agree 100%, Bench. Agree 100%. Um, and I mean, today we are very far in what we. There's a lot of offers. There's lot of things that can be. Lot of places you can go to today to get help. Um, of course, depending on where you live and your what kind of amount of money you have and all that. But in almost anywhere there will be some kind of organization or something that on a voluntary base will have some sort of help program to help you and get your bearings. So no, I mean, there's always hope. I think that's the most important thing to remember when your life is dark. There's always hope. There's always a light. You might not be able to see it, or you might feel it's a very dim light, but there is light, and that is a very important thing. Um, so I was adopted. I was potentially, allegedly, whatever. I apparently abandoned when I was a kid. And it was not just when I was a kid. I was an orphan. I mean, I was really really young. And what the therapist I have been talking to, that was specialized in the trauma world, she said that in her mind, I was still a baby, maybe even newborn, and it was probably within the first 6 to 9 months that I was taken from my mom. So because the issues I have is kind of the damage are happening in that time period. So and I would say that I have been going to therapy for the most of my life. No, that's not true. But the most of my adult life, I have been seeking help in that way, and I was very aware of that. I was very much aware that I needed help. I needed someone to look at me from the outside with some professional eyes and maybe be like, okay, this is what you can do, or go this way or go that way, or and when this happened, and sometimes I just needed someone to listen to me, and I think verify to me that I was just not, it was not me that was just babbling and being feeling sorry for myself. I actually had a good reason to feel like I did. The main problem to life at the moment is this need to do things fast. We live in a world of next day's deliveries, instant dopamine, narcissistic, live for now. I do my best to take things slow and value what we have now. As cheesy as it sounds, diamond art helps a lot with that for me. Yeah, I think diamond painting and all that sorts of crafting actually do help people a lot. I also think that the lockdowns around the world did make a lot of mental health problems surface because people were not able to escape to their work, so they had to kind of face what all the demons they are leaving behind every time they leave their home. um, so I do think a lot of the a lot of that kind of things that did surface during pandemic and the lockdowns around the world. um, and I think the only reason why I kind of just went through it without anything was partly because I already had a kind of I was actually in therapy at that point. But it had nothing to do with the lockdown. It's a completely different thing. But I was actually starting a therapy process. So yeah, at one of the best psychologists I have ever met. So that was an amazing good thing. But yeah, and I mean, so even people like me that kind of tend to have where we think, oh, she has everything in place and she seems in balance and all that, we can also be thrown off balance. It's not like we are immune or now I have done my work, I don't need anything else. Um but I will say that this last one I was talking to, he was really good. Because I started saying I'm not really I don't trust psychologists very much. So but let's talk about it. And we did, and he was very open minded, down to earth. I get why you don't trust us. I get why you think that all that with the clock and all that is a menace. And let's make some deals and have some way of doing it, and say no if you can't, if it's not, before not showing up or before just closing down, say that I can't do this or I need this. So yeah, so I had an amazing process with him. And when we finished it, I felt really like I'm ready to move on and work with the rest on my own. um, because it is, I know it isn't, it is a it's money on the table every time. But that being said, he said if you ever need any problems, if anything happens and you need to an adjustment or some refresh, don't hesitate, go down and talk to your doctor and get the referral, and we will be talking again. And I'm like, yeah. So I wouldn't be, I was already now a part of his, uh, client base, so I didn't have to worry whether he would take me in, because that can be a problem. I think that if you hear someone is really good, uh, it would be, yeah, he's good, but he is closed for all newcomers. Like, okay, never mind then. I never left the house very much and avoided people, so COVID didn't really change anything for me. No. I mean, I didn't either, and it was not like it was a big thing for me. We had some new precautions when the kids were coming home, or my husband was coming home, or we had visitors in the beginning, and that wash your hands and all that. But it didn't change. It didn't change much for me, and I actually the first lockdown where we locked everything down, it was like I was just finishing my final work trial, and then I just had to wait for whether to be approved or not for this special contract thing, and all that could happen, on on Teams or whatnot. We didn't have to meet in person. I didn't have to meet in person, and I didn't have to meet with the board because it was just a matter of them, taking, um, saying yes or no. So I didn't have to be there for that decision. And then I just, for the rest of the whole COVID thing, I just didn't want a job. So that was what I was doing at home, applying for jobs that kind of, and what the general answer I got was, I really love you what you wrote, but we are not at the moment able to hire anyone new due to COVID and lockdowns. Okay, so, but on the other hand, who say if lockdown didn't happen, I might not have had the work I have today. You know. Yeah. But I would say that lockdown was really an expensive thing for us, and we still kind of fight the aftermath. I would say, because when I was first, I had this, after my third operation and all that, and rehabilitation and all work trial and that, I got an offer, and I got some money from our pension, called company, and but though and those money should have been the ones that were paying for our wedding and all that. But then the whole lockdown happened, and suddenly it was the one that was paying for, a lot of other things, due to, we had to do some extra investment and all that. And yeah, it was a mess. It was something that, because of the lockdown, and because I couldn't get, work as I had planned, with a special contract. So the whole savings I had to go to the house and to the home. So the whole thing about the wedding and all that was almost kind of a no go at that point. I was like, oh, I was really sad. And when the lockdown happened, we just canceled everything, and I was like, we have to move it. We sent out cancellation, on the invitation and all that. And I was really sad, and my hubby could see that was that didn't that didn't go well. Um, so so I think that's why he kind of just caved in and said, okay, yeah, we have to find the money for it, and if we have to pay for that for some years, it's gonna be kind of an investment in our life. So, um, and then again, I am hoping that the whole thing he's going through with the firing happening Friday and all that, the way it was done, and, I'm hoping that we can go to what's called court. We can go to court and sue his former employer for wrongful doing, and, if it happens, if it turns out in our favor or in my husband's favor, they will have to pay him not only for what he lost in, payment, but also have in compensation. So So I kind of, I'm hoping, I'm fingers crossed. We will hear a bit about it. I think in the week coming. Um, what can happen is that when union, the lawyers from the union are contacting the former employer, that they would kind of make they instead of going to court, they can go for settlement, and because the settlement can they maybe can reach a better in the company's eyes can reach a better settlement than if they go to court with it, because it can be really expensive, plus it will be on public record and everything. And not many, I mean, today where a lot of businesses are a bit, squeezed on everything, and it's not, not many business, not even the big ones, can kind of have a thing like that going on. Um, so I think that they will try and go for settlement. We just need to be sure that the settlement is high enough. So yeah. So I'm hoping in that way, because if that happens, that he will get a settlement, or he will get something during due to a court um, decision. Uh, um, we will be able to pay off a loan. I will maybe get a new computer, um, and things will look a bit brighter in some ways. We will be able to put a bit of money on the saving account, and so yeah, it would be nice if that is happening in that way. And then again, seeing on with the glasses on that nothing is too not as bad, so it won't be able to be good for something. I mean, where the way they have kind of tried to treat him now like really a bad employment, I would kind of be. He's really pissed, my husband, because he have put so many unpaid hours in that company. And that, of course, that has happened before. The boss who had fired him were even employed there. So, but still, he's very pissed, my husband, and he's still today very pissed. So I hope he will be using it for some, good, in that sense that he will. So he will use it for some good, because he can go into a more, destructive mode, self-destructive mode when something like that happens. So, but so far he is more pissed than he is sad, and I think because with this was not a matter of him being questioned. It was not his ability that was bad or not good enough. It was something about how he was registering hours. To be honest, that was what it was about. And today you can't do that. And it showed a lot about that, because there's last year new laws were made in Denmark to actually protect people or employees in a similar situation like my husband and I in at the moment. So okay, so I kind of reached the final destination here. What will my clock says? It says 5, so I have at least 2 hours. Actually, so should I work 2 hours with this? No, I think I'm gonna do some scratch ball, to be honest. I think I want to do some scratch ball instead of. And then do. Oh, this is really good. This is in the spirit of Pia is doing, taking a decision and changing her mind within 2 seconds almost. It sounds like he was fired on a wrong way, so I understand why you are going to the union. Yeah, still, I don't blame him. I'd be pissed off too. Oh, dear Lady Dustin. Yeah, I kind of forgot it, Ulla, the cards, because I wanted to do angel cards and Danish angel cards. But you know what? I'm gonna do a thing today. Because it could be we could do this as a thing in the future too. I'm gonna put this away, and we're gonna do some scratch board afterwards, I think. But just because I forgot all about it, and I know it's partly because I'm only having 1 hour in the beginning, and a lot of going on. So I have earlier been talking about I wanted to do some Danish angel cards, but I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you the opportunity to have both today. So, and that being said, you will have to there will be some of the angel card explanations that you won't be able to understand because it will be in Danish. If other than Ulla want to have Danish angel cards, you can say so. And then the rest of you, if you want angel cards, you can have them in English. We can draw some oracle cards for you today. And it's just because maybe I should move that just in general to Sunday, because I have more of you today than I have them on Thursdays. As it is. I don't know. But I'll just do it when you're here, to be honest. Not so much as a routine, but more as a thing we do as it is. Let's see, I'm going to do a scratch card here. And then we're going to do like this. So, if I have this, and we're going to have these and these. So, but before I do my cards, I'm just gonna say next week I am having a winter holiday now, and my plan is that in the upcoming week I am not tomorrow, Monday, because tomorrow I need to go to the vet, and hopefully everything will settle down tomorrow at home here, and that means that when I come home from the vet, I'm probably gonna collapse completely and be like, oh. All is good, my dog is good, I don't need to worry anymore. I hope that is kind of what is the outcome of it. There may be equal employment opportunity commission federal, but some employers don't apply to that, to the operation standard, because I have been fired because they found I was vocational rehab. Okay. It's okay, Ulla. We're gonna do it like this. So I think we're gonna do the angel cards and get that, because I feel like I am a bit split up in two in my mind, and I need to collect it to be in one. So what I do is I have a set in English and I have a set in Danish. And today, just because today is today, you can choose either. I will extend you the courtesy. If you want one of these beautiful, beautiful angel cards, I will give it to you, and I will do a translation. It is on your own risk and on everything, to if anything misses out or anything, because I'm not I'm not perfect in my translation, and it's not like I can translate and do it simultaneously like thing, but I will do it as good as I can. Or you can choose these where it is in English, the text that belongs to it, and they are as beautiful. It's more like an oracle card. It's not so much as angel cards. That's the other one. What we do is you give me a number. You can just think of it now. So what you do is tell me which bunch you want. This which pile you want, and then you can tell me the number, and I will do that. And Ulla was just very fast. Let's just say what Steve said. Vocational rehab is governmental agencies who work with people have disabilities. Hmm. So Gina, does that mean that it is special workplaces for people having disabilities, and if you have a disability, you can only get um, work there, or you were fired because you have had a job there? Stila, you're like me. I went to some courses too with hiring and firing people. I said to my husband, just say this and this and this, and they can't do that and that and that. So to be honest, I admit I was pushing a bit on. You go to the union, you say to them you need help now, because that is not okay. That one. Well, we get this knowledge. If we shouldn't use it whenever the opportunity is there, why should we? Why else get more knowledgeable, right? Okay, I'm gonna help Ulla first. Ulla has chosen my Danish deck, and I'm just gonna blend them, mix them, so it will be good. And while I do, Ulla need to think of what she needs the angels' help for. If she needs help, or she could need a good advice, or just some guidance, or some guidance. Some people don't realize that right. No, and and I do get it, because it can be like an overwhelming amount. You are as it is, and I think, to be honest, it was one of the things they thought they could do, because he just got a bunch of paper, and because he didn't get a chance to defend himself or anything, they just gave him that bunch, and I think it was kind of bury him in a paper pile or pile of paper, and then he will give up and give in and move on, and I was like, not gonna happen, not and the good thing about this is that he's pissed. He's not sad. He doesn't feel hurt in that way. He's pissed. Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath. Ulla. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's see what you got. A bit more here. I just want to be sure you can see it. Oh, okay. So it is the Archangel Michael. Ærkeengel Michael. Nu skal vi se, om vi kan finde ham. Han er her. Ærkeengel Michael, han står for retfærdighed og sandhed. Jeg lever ud fra min integritet. Yeah, it wasn't him. Yeah, right. Michael er krigeren, hvis lys sejrer over negativitetens mørke. Han ses bærende vægtskåle for at veje sjælene på dommedag. samt et sværd for at betvinge Satan og mørkets magter. Man kan se ham dræbe dragen. Legenden om St. George stammer direkte fra ham. Engelrige. Ærkeengel i formens rige. Himmelsk funktion. Øverstbefalende for de himmelske herskere. Gaver til jorden. Han kan hjælpe os med at stå fast, når vi møder modgang, løsne vores personlige negativitet, finde styrke, når vi føler os alene eller udenfor. Mikaels navn stammer fra hebraisk og betyder ser ud som Gud. Han er den ærkeengel, vi påkalder i vores kamp mod negativitet. Han hjælper os med at finde lyset i os selv. Historisk er han både Israels og den katolske kirkes beskytter. Han er skytshælden for politifolk, soldater og små børn, og han våger også over pilgrimme og fremmede. Han er den indre kriger, de himmelske herskares prins, som kæmper for ret og retfærdighed og vejleder alle, som befinder sig i en alvorlig knibe. Mikael bringer også tålmodighed og lykke. Han forbindes med elementet ild, som symboliserer afbrændingen af alt, hvad der er forbigående, så kun det rene og egentlige lys skinner. Han er blevet kaldt den godgørende dødens engel, fordi han bringer os udfrielse og udødelighed. Han er dommedagens engel og sjælens opmåler. I de jødiske, kristne og islamiske religioner betragtes han som den mægtigste af alle engle. Han er kendt som henholdsvis holderen af himlens nøgler og ærkeenglens leder, nutidens fyrste, angerens retfærdighedens, barmhjertighedens og indvielsens engel. Tak skal du have. Israels fyrsteengel, Jakobs beskytter og den brændende busks engel. Han er en utrættelig forkæmper for det gode og støtter altid den svageste. Mikael hersker over den ensomme fighter. Han giver altid en hjælpende hånd for at lette strid og rolighed. Vi kan bede Mikael hjælpe os med at overvinde vores negativitet. Når som helst vi sidder fast, kan han hjælpe os med at løfte vores sjæl mod en mere bestandig vision af liv. Han er der for at vejlede og beskytte os mod uretfærdighed og for at hjælpe os med at åbne os for det evige og varige. Vi beder ham om hjælp med at hjælpe os i enhver situation, hvor vi føler os overmandet, alene og har brug for støtte. Okay, Ulla, that was your angel for today. And I must say it was a very, very powerful angel you got. The Archangel Michael. He is one of the strongest angels in the cards. So they're making seem like I am in the wrong when I doing the way I was trained, and I have had my rep with me when they did this, and they basically gave me two options, but really one option, and both my reps could see they were going for me because I was disabled. So I chose to leave because I didn't want to go on my state license. Nursing assistant, medication nursing assistant. Oh. So Gina, what you say is they just fired you because you were disabled, and they kind of just saying that, well, when she is that, she's not, in our opinion, she won't be able to do the way, and we will just make it unbearable for her to be here, and we will just criticize her so that she will give you up on her own. Is that what I think? That's what I can. Is that understood right? Yeah, Ulla, it does. It does. You were thinking of your work, and you got a good, strong helper in this archangel. So I don't know how it is. The law is in your part of the world. But if it was here, I would absolutely go for the union. To get help, because that is actually why they're there. If of course it is you have to be a member of a union, but if you're not, most likely you can be it, like talk to them, be like, hey, I'm not a member, please give, can I, because you pay for it, so, and then you can get member, and then afterwards, okay, what can I do for you, so like that. Okay, so that was the cards. Anyone else want any cards? Now is the time. Hmm. Please, sorry, honey, needed to. Well, we everything in due time. And I guess Stila and Gina, you wanted in the Oracle cards, the one in English, right? It's been right before COVID, so it's been a while. I am good where I am at with my making my diamond painting completed for sale. Oh yeah. Well, it's but still, Gina. I know it's and that is kind of sometimes this is what they are counting on, that people will give up because it's too much to take on. On the other hand, I do really appreciate when people do take something on, because it is a matter of the next one. This is probably, this is kind of business they won't, this is not the first time, probably not the last time, until someone says we won't take it and we will go for their money, or some kind of settlement or something. So yeah, but no need to make you read the I don't mind, Steve. I don't mind. Just saying. But but absolutely, Gina, it's good that you moved on. Good, glad, happy for you. Happy you found something to instead of, and making it your own is perfectly. Yeah, it is, unfortunately, with some of these companies, when they have this policy of way of doing things, it's something more than often they have done before, or at least they're gonna do in the future. And the same with my husband's previous employer. I'm like, they're not gonna do it again. They have done it before. The one who did the firing this time, he comes, the company they all come from me and my hubby, and like, not me, my hubby and the one who fired him. They actually had their origin in the same company. So my husband was the first one who got hired in this, where he just left, and the other one has come afterwards. So yeah, so there's some history there too, and but yeah, but I mean, as I said to my husband today, somewhat you can understand that a boss can have something like, it can be, if my husband hadn't done his work correctly, if his colleagues didn't like him, had a lot of complaint, there's been a lot of complaint from uh, connections that I've been working with, or whatever, then you can kind of get that, okay, he's too much trouble, he costs too much money, we need to figure out a way to get rid of him. But none of this has ever been on the table. He's just had a conversation with his day to day boss, and there was no problems at all. So it's really, really just strange. Okay, Steeler 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Effort. I think this is a new one. Let's see. Okay, bench. So, Steeler, effort. Perhaps you have been avoiding a new project because it feels overwhelming. You might be juggling a lot of activities, and adding one more may feel unmanageable. Putting in a little time and effort is never a wasted endeavor. You are the only one who is in control of your ability to accomplish your goals and achieve success. It can be a challenge to persist with your efforts when you don't see an instant result. Whatever you aim to achieve, give your full effort to the task at hand, regardless of how many talents you have or what your life path. Apply yourself with passion. When you imbue a project with your heart, love, energy, and soul, it is palpable. The effort you give to a task resonates with others, and your labor will inspire them. The work you are doing will help pave the way for new opportunities. As you continue your efforts, you may find clarity about what you are wanting, and develop a better understanding of the bigger picture. The outcome of your initiative will be lasting gains. Anything you want to achieve requires you to put energy and effort into making it happen. If you stick with it and others are part of the effort, they will also profit from the accomplishment and of the goal. There are very few things you do that do not affect those around you. The attainment of your dream is worth the exertion and effort. Putting in the work brings blessings. A wide-eyed child stares at a magical wand. The color erupting from the wand can be associated with innocence. The light within you, brilliance, illumination, faith, and beginnings. You might notice butterflies around the edges of the starburst of the colors. The brown in the child's clothing can be related to wholesomeness and reliability. The wand can be associated with Ace of Wands in the tarot. A single wand may mean new beginnings, possibilities, or projects coming into your awareness. Affirmation: I am willing to put in the effort needed for the task at hand. I am grateful for this opportunity. That card wants me to draw this week's shark prompt with Miss Yeah, so simple as that. So simple as that. Gina 12. Oh, God. My hubby's previous job did him very dirty. I tried so hard to get him to fire, but he didn't want to mess with it. No. Um, I think I do get it, and I do get why you can be like, oh, I can't. I just want to move on. But I think here in Denmark, it is what we have our union for, because they will take on the case. They will do the whole thing, and I mean, my hubby has just been sending his contract, the piece of paper of the firing thing, and that the and that he was, and he mailed to the boss that he didn't accept the way it was done, and he got back that he got that his boss got the mail, and okay, and so, and then they can, of course, they can ask for some more documentation, and they will have to have a meeting, but the rest of it they will do. I looked up images on Pinterest, but been avoiding getting started. Yeah, but you wanted the shark though. One, and this is for Gina, and Gina wanted 12, right? Yeah, Gina wanted 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, it's upside down. Between, that one we have had before, I know, because I remembered. But I don't know if Gina have had that. Between. Between. For a brief moment, when you move through a doorway or portal, you are in the between space. This is the same space as when you have made a decision but are yet to act on it. A portal, doorway, or opening is a place through which you can enter and exit. The point that is not one side nor the other side is the between. It is a threshold, a portal, an entrance. Here you are neither entering nor exiting, but suspended in space. You may have left a situation and are waiting for a new opportunity to present itself. When you plant seeds, they remain in a state of incubation before germination. You physically experience this state when you inhale but are yet to exhale, or in the space between heartbeats. It may only be a fraction of a second, but the between exists and serves a purpose. In the space of between, there is no mind chatter nor inner commentary. You can observe what is going on around you without judgment. Your internal dialogue makes you think you know the world around you. In actuality, it is the silenced mind that will discover the truth. You can get to the between space through meditation. You may have tried to get to this liminal place, but trying can push it beyond your experience. You are between states as you drift into sleep. You are neither conscious nor unconscious, but your soul is in a state of total awareness. It sounds complicated, but it's simple. Breathwork and meditation can help you silence your mind. Work on being in the present between the last moment and the next by allowing your thoughts to come and go without analyzing or acknowledging them. Consciously focus on your breathing and trust that the space between thoughts will become apparent. As you continue your efforts, you will be able to expand the time that you are in the between. A girl on a horse is riding toward a portal created by two trees. Two men are conferring on one side of the trees. Trees are the symbol of life's connection to all things. Trees can be said to hold a space between heaven and earth. Their roots can go deep into Mother Earth, but their trunks and branches extend high into the air. The portal in front of the girl offers her the choice of whether to cross through or not. Affirmation: I experience my mind silence and gratefully experience the between times. That was Gina. Okay, and then it is binge. Binge for 12. Whoops. This is the most professional way to mix cards. They are so, it's part of this is also because they're so stiff, they're so hard in the paper, these ones, so it's practical, not doable to blend them as cards, so, and they are big for my hands too. So, Binge is getting 12 too, but 12 is a good number. So let's see what's in the card for Binge. For Binge, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ooh, beautiful one. Possibilities. Yeah. Possibilities. When you feel stuck and want to create a change or new direction, there are always so many possibilities within your reach. Each day continues numerous pathways that are laid out by each choice you make. Decisions such as what you eat or what you wear may seem unimportant. Every choice you make is an opportunity to shift things up, but may also push you out of your comfort zone. A simple change in what you think or do can bring about a significant opportunity. Start by modifying your thinking and re-evaluating your beliefs about your capabilities. You could give yourself a challenge. Look at the way you do something, then notice how other people do it. There might be a better way to complete a task or a new program you could learn at work. If you are in a difficult situation, release any feelings of being singled out or down on your luck. Look for the positives. Determine whether you have been harboring old beliefs that you can now let go. This will make room for something new and open you to even more possibilities. When you are out running errands, make an effort to connect with people, and not just the people you know. Take some time to engage others in conversation. Everyone loves to share their passions and interests. A simple chat could lead to a wonderful venture you had not previously considered. Head out without a set destination in mind and see where the day takes you. You might be surprised at the possibilities that show up and up on an unplanned course. A woman opens the lid to a box filled with mystical energy and beings. On the table next to the box, a mirror reflects her image. A fairy, a fish, a phoenix, and a butterfly appear over the woman's head. The fairy may represent nature, the ability to manifest your desires, or the magic that new opportunities will bring. The fish may indicate wealth, prosperity, or the evolution of your soul. The phoenix is a symbol of rebirth or rising from the ashes. The butterfly reminds you to continue to change and not become stagnant. Possibilities are all around you. Allow yourself the gift of receiving their benefits. Affirmation: I am thankful for my immeasurable possibilities. Wow, Bench. Mm-hmm. It is. Mm, yeah. It is one of the reasons why I bought this deck is because of the art. To me, Josephine Wall is amazing artist, and the pictures she does is just, yeah, out of this world. With a lot of them anyway. Okay. So what shark do you have to buy to draw, Stila? I'm just curious because I know that is it. Oh, maybe I should ask what sign do you have to draw? I just realized it's gotten dark outside. I was like, how come I need so much light in here all of a sudden? Maybe because it's dark outside. Ooh. But yeah, but it just said you have to combine your zodiac sign with a shark. Okay. So it doesn't say that you have to draw your zodiac sign as a shark, right? So you could actually, just my train of thoughts, you could actually draw your hammerhead with the zodiac sign on. Just saying. Yeah, you could do that too. Just put some Capricorn horns on it. That's it. Boom, done. I was like, if I was to draw, I would just pull out a picture of a bull shark and then make some, the zodiac sign in the stars on the shark. Be like, okay, done. Like I would just, like I could, but if I could, I would. Because that was my first thought was, oh, I'm just gonna put some horns on the shark. Then that's a bull. But there's actually a species called a bull shark, so I could just find that one and draw it. And like I, if I should, I did think about it, see me cheating and draw a horn shark, but it doesn't look like my sign at the shark. Well, it's still like, I think in a way, and I don't think it's a cheating because you have to be, you know, be creative, right? So I think molds see it as a way to, to do the best. And to be honest, I'm just gonna move this. Um, I think that the way to do that with the shark thing, it's still a fantasy animal. So, like, if you have seen the animated movie The Shark, with all the shark thing goes not going on and all that, it's still like when you think, okay, it's a shark. So the important thing is you can see the shark and you can see the zodiac sign. That's how I see it in my mind. So, and potentially you don't. It doesn't have to look like a shark in a species, because it's your shark and you can draw it as you want to, right? I think that's kind of thing also to let go of that it needs to be in a certain way. It's a fantasy animal. It's not real. You're not making a drawing to a study of some kind of species. I have found my favorite. You're gonna laugh so hard at me. I found my favorite. What do you call that? Mystic series about a mystic writer, and this is a series that has followed me all the way through my life. I think from when I moved away from home. I think that the first one, when did that actually air? Why am I serial frogger with my. Yeah, yeah, just don't overthink it. Yeah, exactly. Hang on. So this is a series back to 1984. 1984, I was 14 years. I didn't see it that time. I think at that time I was too young, and it was not a part of the Danish what was aired on Danish television. But it is from back then. The series called Murder She Wrote, and I just saw that it was on our streaming package with Sky. Was it Sky? Yeah, I think it was Sky. And I was like, ooh, I'm gonna see that again. And you know what? I love it. I actually love it. It's really just I don't know why. I feel so old when I see it though, but yeah, it's those things are really something. I think also because a lot of it I saw when I had some really good times, and it's just so there's so many happy memories or feelings combined with connected to this series. Um, so I'm absolutely I love revisiting a lot of that. And then I also find it really funny to watch a some scenery and situations was like, oh, I need every time the phone is ringing, it's like the landline, and they are ringing and getting, you see these three people, and it's for sure one of them the phone is for, but it's never for the one who actually owns the line. You can get a murder she wrote across this pattern on Etsy. I was thinking of doing it. I loved it. Was cozy murder. I mean, it's amazing. I love it. Maybe I should do a murder she wrote across stitch. I love it. And I'm just revisiting a lot of it now from season one. And I just saw yesterday that I think the rest of the seasons were put on the streaming. So I'm for sure, and I've been watching it while all with my dog going on. So yeah, it's like it's a sweet thing, and still it's about murder. People are dying left and right. Yeah. And then I saw they had another one of my favorite series, and this is something I saw when I was when I it was living in my first apartment. I remember, uh, and I think it is from the same time. Yeah, this is from '82. It's actually from before Murder She Wrote. So this is Knight Rider, and I actually think I saw Knight Rider when I was living home. She was in everyone's business. I loved it. Yeah, me too. And she's so sweet when she does it. She had, of course, she's utilizing to the last letter her being an old lady and being just like, oh yeah, I just forgot. Did you go there? And it is, and this thing about old ladies that they can get in everywhere, like, and they can get help from everyone because no one's gonna suspect them for anything bad. So I don't think I ever saw the first episode of Knight Rider. So I saw that it with my husband, and we were both really just laughing, like how hilarious, and especially thinking of where we are with, yeah. Oh my God, Knight Rider and the talking car memories. Yes. And this car, it just had so much, as I recall it, it just had personality. And when we were watching the first episode, like it was, the car was not that much in play, but it was like you saw it, and they had a bit of a discussion and things like that. But it had so much personality. So for sure, when I'm done watching Murder She Wrote, I'm gonna watch all of what is on with the Knight Rider. That, and to be honest, David Hasselhoff has always been a nice man. He's always been a nice man. That they can't take away from him. And this, and today here when we had lunch before I went on streaming. We saw one of the episodes of Murder She Wrote, and I said, and this just made me feel even older because I said, "Wow." I pointed at a very very young actress. Said she is actually playing in the movie Ivanhoe from the same area. Same time of. I think yeah. I think Ivanhoe is from the same time span as. But I just felt yeah, it is. It's from '82. Yeah, right. One of my first. Oh yeah, for sure. First crushes. He's always been a nice man. That's for sure. And then of course the car wasn't that bad. The one he was in. She was in bed knobs and broomsticks. Oh yeah, Angela Lansbury, but she was actually very well known on Broadway and in the theaters. I think it's not that long ago she died. Let's see. 2022. She died in 2022, so it's not that many years ago. She was she was 97 when she died. But I mean, she was a lady with in she was an elder lady when she was in Murder She Wrote. I mean, she was not like a young one. So, but she was, as I recall it, she actually I think she was kind of active right up till she died. Oh, she was 96. Yeah, I think she was a really good actress, to be honest. So yeah, I liked her in a way. So I hope that tomorrow, I hope that we will just, we'll get an early appointment at the vet, and then we will be able to get home and relax. And I need to. I will have another night in on the couch, I guess, and hopefully tomorrow night I will be able to sleep in my own bed. Um, and then Tuesday, I think I'm gonna go full video mode and get to record videos on starting, ending, and I want to do some with the pens, some with the trays, just because the ones I already have needs a bit of a touch up, and the videos, and I want to, I want to make a completely new playlist with new videos on, and take the other ones down, so it's just one playlist with all those. And they will, I'm sorry, but they will be in Danish. And the reason why, if you should wonder, is because there's so many videos in English on how to, but there's not that many in Danish. So those that are kind of explanatory and teaching, learning things, they are going to be in Danish. That was one of the main reasons why I started my YouTube channel for a couple of years ago. So that was to do this, have these Danish videos instead of, as a counteract to all the English ones. It's not that they want anything against. I have anything against the English one. It's just that there are not that many Danish. That being said, the videos where that will be like laying in the one that's called gallery. At the moment, I think there's 4 in there, 3 or 4, but there will come a lot more. I will record for that Wednesday, I think, depending on how things are going, how much my husband will actually be home and all that. So I'm just gonna be super focused here, so I won't take too much off. Um, where was I? I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna have Tuesday and Wednesday. I think I'm gonna do the recording, and then I will be have a day off on Thursday before stream, and Friday probably too. So I want to have some days where I kind of just are and don't have to like. And I want to work on I want to work on the Snow Dragon, and I want to finish the Forest Friends. It's so close. I will say I kind of just I got what I wanted today, because I wanted to have just one row left when I was done with today, and so far I'm not done with today, so I might even get a bit more done before I go to bed, so that I would have be even closer tomorrow. That would be nice. Um, and depending on how bad it is with my dog tonight, I want to do a bit of crocheting. Still, I found a recipe on a new cloth. And the funny thing is that the new one is actually rated to be more difficult than the other one I did, but this one makes so much more sense to me. So I think one of the things I did differently with this one was that, after reading the description of the recipe, I did the pattern, I saw the diagram that was kind of made, where you can see all the stitches and where to do what, and I was like, oh, this make a bit more sense. So I think that's one thing I need to go back. I really want to revisit the other, the other cloth. I'm like, I want to, I want to succeed. It's not gonna get me. Plus, that the yarn I'm using is really good because it can be washed and tumble dried. Um, so I'm like that. I want to use it. So if everything else fails, I'm just gonna knit. You know, just gonna knit a cloth in it, or knit a towel more like. Yeah, sure, you can, Bench. Of course, I trust you, so you can do. And I need to. I might have to one of the days where I'm recording anyway. I think I might have to look a bit on my Discord and all that, um, and to make a bit more, make it known that I have a Discord. Ooh, now I may be wrong, yeah, but frankly, I doubt it. Ah, that is so her. That is so her. Oh yeah. Yeah, they can be like that. Sometimes things just click better on different kinds of. I think so. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work on the one that makes sense right now. It's a bit it's a thinner yarn. Well, it's a thinner yarn and a thinner hook I work with, but and that's a challenge too. But it's okay. That's manageable. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a recipe for the knitting, for knitting some bigger, fluffier towels, or in the other yarn with the it's a five. I think it's a 5 size yarn. You are so welcome and thanks for stopping by, Benj. It was lovely as always. I love having you in here and you add so much good things to my stream. Thank you for everything and have a good prep and have good rest of your day. We will be talking. I will probably watch out for you in the Discord next week. There will be some things I need to ask you. So, but thanks for stopping by today. Thank you. So there's a very here where I'm scratching. It's a very thin band. Please do catch. Oh yeah. Bye. It's like they want to have like this big thing. There's a big band here, but on this print, it's like they want to have a thin line, and you can't do thin line on scratch. Not this way anyway. Um, I'm going to try, but I'm quite sure I can't. So it's probably gonna end up me doing, It's gonna be one big band after all, anyway. Yeah, it is. It's gonna be one big board there because it's not. I can't divide it, and you're probably not gonna see it anyway. Again, I can do it because I can just leave enough gray, but it's still a bit of a if it's worth it, you know. I found a global tutorial on how to draw realistic shark. Ooh, yeah, that is something for Stila. I don't know. In my mind, if I should draw, if I in my mind a shark as a drawing is just like a fish, and then you open the mouth and you draw some teeth, and then I'm like, and I feel really when Miss Coffee says, my mind goes like, yeah, that's no problem, but my hand goes like, that's not gonna happen, and it's literally that way it is with my mind and my hand. My mind would for sure be like, oh, I can do this, and my when I try, my hand would be like, I have no idea what you're talking about, like, but you said it would be easy. So so all this I told about us, gonna sell, gonna get the house ready, we're gonna sell it, all that also makes the puppy plans put on hold, unfortunately, until we know where we're gonna land, because not everywhere where you rent a house you can have more than one dog. So I wanna keep those options quite open. So I can do it a bit, I think, but it's not really good. We're gonna do it anyway. And I had the most amazing hour with the horse yesterday. It was bright. The sun was shining from a bright sky, and there was almost no wind. It was still a bit chilly, chill, but not really cold. It's good weather. Be out, be active in, and he had a amazing time, that horse, because I don't know where he found all that mud, but he did find a lot of. Uh, I think it was out on the pasture. He had found a big pool of mud, I think, where he kind of just rolled himself in. He was happy as a camper, and my riding instructor, she was when she was out getting them in the morning and getting them ready, they were wet, really really wet. So she was like, okay, I can't do that now. So I have to wait until he dried up a bit. So he did. So when I was going out, because he's been standing in the sun, it did dry up. So it was really good, really nice. Um, but I mean, this horse is 170 in the height. You know where the saddle is put on. So he is a bit high. He's a bit tall. It's a big horse. I love him to pieces. I really do. Um, so, but we got him put a saddle on, and he was like, I mean, with all the things happening on the Friday, I just my hour with the horse just put my shoulders in place, and because you tend to stiffen up in the shoulders and the neck, and you can't really breathe probably and all that. So the horse really helped me doing that. So while I was on the back of the horse, I would give a really loud sigh, like I was taking my first breath. It was amazing. I loved it, and I'm working on the, funny enough, in between the spaces in between two paces, so between the walking and the trot or the jog. um and in the beginning, he was like, every time he just got the slightest sign from me, he would just jump right into it, and that's not optimal, especially not with my body. So he needs to glide and not jump. So that's what we've been working with, and he just had the most amazing transitions between the two way of moving. So that was just, and I mean, when you have these moments with such a big animal, and I can control his every move from the back with the slightest touch of the rein, and nothing on the on my legs. It's just a rein, and my how strong I'm holding him back, or and it's not even that. It's just he can feel whenever it loosens just a bit. Oh, that's a sign for him to go into the next. So yeah. Thank you again. I'll check it out off the street. That'll help my nervous on drawing it. Yeah. And I made a deal with with my instructor with the new horse. As soon as it is possible, I really would love to work with the horse from the ground and just have those, you know, moments with it whenever those things are really falling into place. And she said, yeah, sure. As soon as he's ready for others to handle, I will for sure be putting others in the hot seat, because there's a lot of learning, and I love to learn. I can never be as good as her with the language with the horses, but I don't need to. To me, learning horse language is like learning another language. So I might not be as good as a teacher, but as long as I can communicate with the horse, and we both are agreeing that that's what we're doing and all that, I feel like I'm at the best side of it. That's how I found short drawing what is astrological sign, and I can see if the other person I learned from on how to make arrows. I will see if they have a video on your sign, and I will send it to you. Oh, Tina, that's really sweet of you. I really hope at one point I really want to go back to Rome, and it was actually original when we first planned our wedding and all that. It was we were meant to have a honeymoon in Rome, but then all the pandemic happened and we had to cancel and all that. So I might we might be doing it again, trying again we call it. But I think this time we're gonna go with an Airbnb. First time we were in a hotel, um, but I think that in a way we're more. Not that I think that we would make more, like cook food home, in the Airbnb rent, but it's more like it's a bit more spacious, and we can more like just hang out if there's one of the days where we don't want to walk roam thin or buy souvenirs or whatnot. So I have some cities in the world I really would love to either visit or revisit, and Rome is one of them. If you want, I can send the link I shared with Stella. Yeah, very much. Very much. You can send it to me on either on Instagram on my private message there. Um, or you can do it in here. That's all up to you. I don't mind link sharing in here as long as it's from persons I know. It's quite okay. So Rome is like one of the cities I really would love to revisit. I would really love to revisit New York, as I was there as a child or young girl, young woman, um, with my parents, and I was there before the Twin Towers fell. So I'm just like maybe not like for a complete, vacation, but for a couple of days and then move on to another destination. Maybe go and visit my cousins in Canada or something, you know. So, but just to go there or for a for a weekend or something. At one point, I remember some of the. Oh, thank you. Yes, I can just do a copy paste here. Perfect. Oh, it is smeared. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Gina. Thanks, sweetie. Um, so I really would love to go back in that sense, but very, very aware that it is a big city. So, but it could be a part of a travel just in general to the States and having that as a maybe a start and ending zone, you know. I really would love that. I would love to go and visit maybe one or two states. So that could be something I could do just, as a part of a trip. I have never been to Paris, so that I would love to do too. Um, just as a and just as one of the cities on my list. Uh, I would love to go and visit Hong Kong, for instance, and maybe yeah, I would love to revisit Seoul. I would love to see Tokyo and some of the Japanese and all that. So there's a lot of the the world I would love to see. Um, so what's holding me back? Money, I think, and the fact that as much as I want it, it also scares me a bit because my body is not, I'm not really good at traveling too far. So that's that. So it's gonna be something like, I want to do it. I'm gonna decide doing it, saving up money for it, and then be like, I just have to pay for it later, you know, in that way. So I would have to carry on a piece of paper saying that the painkillers I'm carrying are legal. They are, from a doctor's perspective, legal and prescribed by a doctor and all that, so I can carry it with me. Um, and then I will just have to, bite it down the rest of it because it will be taking a toll on my body, but on the other hand, it should, the payout of the memories I'm creating and all that should just be more than that. That's my hope. But first trip I'm going to save money for is going to Manchester and see what my sister has built because she just moved in with her boyfriend, and they had to, add to the house he lives in. So because now he bought it when he was one, and now there are at least two and sometimes more. So they had to add. Hey, Tiny. Hi, Tiny. Sorry. Whoops. Yeah. I don't know. I think, I think I came out of center on the camera, so it didn't. Nothing happened in the mind of my camera. It's like, okay, nothing's happening. She's not doing anything, so I'm just gonna go to bed. Good thing I'm looking up that often. So kind of, what the hell? So and and now that my husband is having winter holiday, unplanned winter holiday, suddenly when I, because we are buying grocery once a week, so every Saturday or Sunday, he's going to buy groceries. So it's like, oh, by the way, I probably need to plan on we being two for lunch for at least 1 or 2 weeks. Because I'm so used to be me. So yeah. My guess is he will have, when we reach March 1st, he will maybe not start on a new job, but he will know the date for when to start a new job. That's my guess. But we will see. And then I really hope I'm gonna have a little bit of extra energy um, to go and do a bit on my watercoloring canvas, because it's just giving me bad vibes every time I'm passing the the room. It's like, shouldn't you be doing something to that canvas? Like, I'm like, yeah, I should, but hey, I just need to pick this up. See you. So I really need to do something about it. I think it's. I have been thinking, why does it really just trigger something in me? And I think actually it's because it kind of reminds me of the one I did one picture right before I put it away, and it was like I never got around to like it, and I think it's partly it reminds me so much of that. So I need to find something else to put into the picture. So I've been thinking of different ways to go around it, and maybe do some adding with some like these, but it's different. I have these um, like this. Come on. There you go. It is like a, it's almost like a brush. It's very, very soft in the stroke. So it's not like a, it's not a brush, but it has like when you use it, it has almost the same appearance. And I have them in different metal metallic colors. So that could be a thing, like because it would be some a different texture I would be adding to the picture. Or I could use some of my acrylics because I have some acrylic paint, and I could add that because to me the difference between the acrylic and the watercoloring is that the acrylic is a bit more. No, I would say the watercolor to me is a bit more douche or yeah, uh, soft in when I do my picture, whereas acrylic can be maybe it's a bit more clear or opaque maybe so um, and I think that might be something that I kind of want in that picture as an add to it. Um, so and just and it might end up me just throwing the canvas out because I can't really get the two things to work together. But if I'm not trying, I'm not getting anywhere of it, right? Yeah. And there is this with the scratch board. It's kind of the same as it is with diamond painting. That for the most part, this is going to be viewed from a distance. So because if you watch it real close, it will show a lot of flaws. I think that you can't see when you watch it from afar. There's very fine balance here because the metal pointer here can be a bit harsh on the paper on the color part, so I don't want to push it too hard, but I need to push it still because otherwise it's not gonna scratch anything, it's not gonna remove anything. So, and I don't want to ruin the hair because it's really beautiful, you know. So I'm gonna do this section I'm doing maybe in the next one, and then we're gonna call it a day. Oh, I love it the way the hair look. It's gonna be nice. That is not too bad. That is not too bad at all. It's actually not too bad. Oh shoot. That's good. That is good. Not too shabby. I always wanted some like long curvy hair instead of my long, very straight hair. I guess you always want what you don't have, right? So yeah, I always wanted some curly hair. because it tend to be like if my hair, and I got it perm for the longest year, for the longest time, and it was like it was easier for me to, put up in a bun or something, and it still is if it's perm or curled, but also that I was like when I could have it really. Actually, I could have quite a short haircut with the curls. If they were like bouncy curls, my head wouldn't seem so round as I think it does if I'm just having my hair up in a bun or in a ponytail and you know pulled all the way back, however you do it, and no curls or anything. I'm looking like I'm really having, wouldn't say a football, but close. I really don't like my head, the shape of my head or my face. Um, but it's like when I have my hair down and if it's curly my hair, it will kind of, you know, shield off or cut off on the right place. So it's not seemed like that at all. So yeah. So it might be a good idea. Maybe I should just look for, because I'm gonna look for a new hairdresser anyway. So maybe I should look for someone who have the opportunity of getting your hair permed. That would be nice. So I'm just hyper focused, so I'm not just so chatty right now, but I will be there very, very shortly. I just I'm a bit tired too, so I just don't want to, you know, do some stupid mistakes here just right before I'm gonna put it away. And knowing me, that could very likely be what's gonna happen in a moment if I'm not paying attention. So, like that. Okay, let's see. And I'm gonna raise it up a bit. So, got to do a bit of the hair and most of her dress. Yeah, the dress. So, next time I'm taking this, I'm for sure gonna be very, very close to a finish on it, because it's not, you know, it's gonna be next time. I'm probably gonna do the rest of the hair and the flowers, and then leave the body and the face for a session for itself. But it is a bit more easy with the larger parts, of course. So that's where we're going today. I hope all of you have gotten something good with you today from my stream. I have enjoyed every moment of it. As I said, I am on my winter holiday, so tomorrow I'm not going for work tomorrow, but I am going to the vet, and hopefully it will turn out good, and we can get some help for the dog, and he will come with us home and everything, and I can finally sleep in my own bed and, you know, collapse a little bit when we come home, probably, I think. Um, I have insurance on the dog, so if you need x-ray or anything, we're just gonna jump right into that with no hesitation. Thanks, Tila. So, but of course, if you get worried, it's my baby. So of course I worry until I know that everything's okay. And I will say, it's not as much as I'm not worried that what he. Of course, I'm worried if anything is seriously wrong. But it's more that he's in pain. That was really gets to me. I'm really not good at handling when my animals are hurt, and this when they not so much if they just like whining a bit, but this one he's screaming like it's really like he's almost dying. And his mom is like dying a little bit every time he does it. So I really, really need him to get some painkillers tomorrow. It sounds really bad when I'm saying it out loud, but it is kind of why what's going on with it because it's really not so much. I kind of have a good feeling about what it is and what's going on with him, but it's more that he's not getting any sleep. I'm not getting any sleep as long and as it is so bad that he's kind of, he's hurting as bad as he is now. So I really looking forward to some sleep tomorrow and to some relax that he's okay. I think it's this worry you have. Oh, I hope he's okay. I hope he's. It's not so much whether he's dying from me because it doesn't feel like that to me. But it is that he is in pain, and I don't want just in general, I don't want my animals to be in pain. Just an overall. So. Just to recap, I have been working on Forest Friends today, and I think we're gonna go with this here. Yeah. So I have been working with on Forest Friends. I am on the last row of it now. As you can see, on it's hanging right back behind me. Um, so that is what I am trying to get as far as I can today, and then hopefully when we will see each other again on Thursday. I'm sorry, I am tired in my head, but we'll be seeing each other Thursday. Thursday, I am counting on either I'm gonna. Jeg er færdig lige om lidt. Jeg er ved at slutte af nu her. It was just my husband. He wants to know when I'm done. Yeah. Dinner. So, but Thursday I'm going to, I hope I'm going to start hopefully on my, on the small one. And I can show you. So Thursday when I come on, it will be a diamond painting stream for sure. And I will probably do as I always do. The first 2 hours I'll be diamond painting. The 2 last hours I'm probably just gonna do some cross stitching. I think, just because I really feel like I fall behind with the cross stitch. I really want to do something on that. So, but this one is for sure going to be on the light pad. I hope that I'm all good and ready when we reach Thursday. Yeah, it's just getting hungry. Yeah, I know. So my plan is that I am going to start on the Snow Dragon tomorrow at one point. Whether it's gonna be me finishing Forest Friends first and then Snow Dragon, or I'm gonna do Snow Dragon and finish Forest Friends later, we're not quite sure. So, a lot of plans going on. I hope that we will be seeing each other again Thursday, 8 p.m. Central European Time. Thank you everyone for stopping by today. Thank you for all the love you gave me. Take care of there. Stay safe, and we will be seeing each other somewhere in Twitch world. Every time you visit my stream, you will be supporting it, whether you're lurking or whether you are just chatting in the chat. Okay? Have a good time. Have a good Sunday. See you around. Bye.